Good morning, everyone. It is now 9 o'clock, and we are starting the NBS Academy Closing Conference, Bridging Practice, Policy, and Research in NBS Education and Teacher Training. I'm Eddie Grandmeyer, and I am Dissemination and Outreach Lead for European SchoolNet in the Science Education Department, and I've closely collaborated with the NBS Academy throughout its life cycle, and I'm very, very happy to be your host today. So the conference marks the culmination of the EU-funded Erasmus Plus Teacher Academies project, NBS Academy. NBS Academy is dedicated to advancing nature-based solutions, or that you'll hear quite often referred to as NBS, education and teacher training. And it did so by creating a community of practice made of teacher trainers, educators, NBS policymakers, and other NBS education practitioners. In today's event, we will bring together educators, policymakers, researchers, and EU project partners to celebrate the achievements of the project, to share knowledge, and explore together pathways for a sustained impact beyond the project's life cycle. But first, I'd like to set the tone for today's event. We're just about to watch a short extract from a documentary movie, an upcoming documentary movie by Mirka Dewin and Nina Spearing, and it's called We Looked and Called It Nature. And I'll introduce the extract with a thought-provoking quote from the film. View is control disguised as a kindness. And so, indeed, what is nature for humans? It's easy to see it as a commodity, and it's easy to take nature-based solutions as, quote unquote, human-made nature. But today, we hope you'll leave this conference with a new appreciation for nature-based solutions, not just as solutions to deal with the environment, but just as a true extension of ourselves as part of nature, and an extension that can help us live in harmony with our world. So let's take a moment and watch this short extract to remind us what it feels like to look at nature through children's eyes. So that was a very short extract indeed, and I hope everybody got to enjoy it. So it really reminds us that nature is something that you feel, that you experience. It's real. It's not just a concept in a book. And when you put a small camera into the hands of a child and you tell them to go explore nature, they will have a good time of it, and they will not just try to create a video to inform you about nature. They will just play with the texture. They will get close. They will feel it. They will smell it. They will experience it. And that's what today's conference will be about. It's about making sure that nature-based solutions become a real part of teacher education, and by consequence, a part of our children's lives. Now, let's just go through the agenda very quickly. We have quite a day planned for you today. So, of course, once we've gone through this agenda, we will start by welcoming the lead coordinator from the NBS Academy project, who will tell us why we need a new generation of sustainability educators. Then we will welcome high-level speakers for short keynote addresses from the European Research Executive Agency and a botanist, Chris Thorogood, who's Deputy Director and Head of Science at Oxford Botanic Garden, and quite a frequent host on BBC as well. And he will explore plant-inspired tech. Once we've really set the tone and we're really all on the same page as to what we're discussing today, we will move into the big sessions of the day. So we will look at nature-based solutions education in teacher training through different lenses. We will first explore teacher training because that's what it's about. So we will get the experience from teachers and educators who have engaged with nature-based solutions. Then we will have a short break. Then we will be back at 11 for a policy focus. So we will look at NBS in EU policy, because of course you cannot integrate anything into formal education without having the policy to support it. This will lead us to another panel discussion on integrating nature-based solutions into policy on education. And then it will be break time for lunch. So we will be back at 1 o'clock sharp, and we will go and explore synergies. NBS Academy has been focusing on building synergies and bridges with other projects and other organizations, and we will explore that together with guests from partner projects and synergy projects. And finally, for the last third of the day, we will go into a research focus and try to understand how research can and has to help us turn NBS into teacher education. Before finally closing today's conference by looking at the future, we will explore the project again. We will see what it has achieved and its legacy. And we will reflect on what the future of nature-based solutions into teacher education and education in general is about. And we will do that through two ways. We will, of course, look at NBS Academy, but we will look also at another project, Bustic Edu, which focuses on bringing sustainability competences. So a well-known term that most people know as Green Comp, which is an EU framework, which is about what green competencies are and how to bring them into the life of students, teachers, and of course, citizens. And that will be the closing of today. We will look back at today's conference, we will explore, and we will reflect on how we can take nature-based solutions into the future together. So this is for the agenda. So before we get to the fun part of the day, I have been reminded that I need to tell you, if you want a certificate of participation for this conference, you can very well get it. You have to sign the signature list that's being shared in the chat right now. So just so you know a little bit, so we are live. So you're looking at this, you're watching this live. There is a live chat. You feel free to ask any questions throughout any session of the conferences. They will be relayed, and we will try to explore as many of them as we can. And through the chat, we will also share relevant links, interesting facts, and of course, things like the signature list. So it should be in the chat right now. Take a second, click on it if you need a certificate for today's conference, for attending today's conference. If you don't want to, you don't have to sign the signature list. Right, so I think that's me for now. And it's time to go into the real exciting part of the day. So we will welcome Constantinos Vadratsikas. He's a senior researcher and project manager for Stimuli for Social Change. He's the project coordinator of the NBS Academy project, and he has worked on Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, and Erasmus Plus initiatives in the field of education, sustainability, digital innovation, and social transformation.
Hi, Constantinos. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. Uh, Good morning. I'm very glad to be here in this closing conference for the NBS Academy project. It's been an amazing journey these 3 years. Uh, Quite uh, educating for me as well, because although I'm involved in innovation initiatives, nature-based solution was something quite revealing for me. So it is something that really can change the way we see our world, the way we approach our reality, and the way we educate our children. So um, I wanted to say a few things so that it is clear for everyone why we need a new generation of sustainable educators. Uh, can we, yeah. So why we're here today? Uh, we're here because the climate change is here. We're in a huge crisis that humanity has never seen before, and we are losing our biodiversity every day, a little bit of it. Our cities, our habitat becomes unbearable in some cases, and it's already shaping our lives. It's not something that it's expected to come. It's already here, and it's here to stay. So it creates huge challenges for all of us. We are experiencing extreme heat waves. Being a Greek and living in Greece, I can see that in my everyday routine that we have heat that has never been like this. Although we love to live in a hot country, it's becoming really challenging sometimes. We're experiencing floodings. Uh, our environment is destroyed by pollution. We cannot. There are many cases that we cannot enjoy anymore. Uh, Places that we used to enjoy, and this is something that can have serious consequences in the next years. People will have to adapt to all this change, and this is something that needs to happen now. We need to start thinking how we can adapt to the situation, and in order to adapt, next slide, please. We need to see how we can change the way we live. But what is happening is that when our children go to school, the schools are not already adapted to this. So, and I'm saying in the slides that education is preparing our students for all that no longer exists. And I know that this is kind of provocative, but I wanted to underscore that this is something urgent. It's something that if we don't take care of it now, it's going to be much more challenging in the future for us. So why education? Because education is working, in efficient, and although it doesn't really show immediately, it creates much more rapid and resilient change than simply changing the policy. So because it shapes how we understand the world, it shapes how we respond to the challenges we're facing and how we make our decisions. So it is important to rely on our education to prepare our children for what is coming, and it is something that we have in mind, that the teachers can influence many children throughout their careers. They are shaping the way of thinking and the understanding of thousands of children. So investing on education and our teachers is something that can really have a huge impact. Then why nature-based solution? What is nature-based solutions? It's something new for many people. It's a term that is not very clear what it means, but in a nutshell, is using the nature, using solutions that are inspired by nature, that are supported by nature. It's actually, to my understanding, is being in harmony and living in harmony with nature, and not trying to impose yourself in it, but you work with nature in order to solve our problems and live in a more sustainable way. And it is why to use it for education, because exactly nature-based solutions can help us reconnect with nature and help us come closer to our environment, come closer to the habitat that we're living in, and get connected with it and link nature with the challenges we're facing every day, and build on this to solve our problems. And it helps us understand that things are working as a system, not as separate entities. So it is not, we're not separated by nature, we're part of it, and working with nature-based solutions helps us understand this. And this also helps us turn our schools into laboratories. It helps the children understand this unity of ourselves with nature, understand that we are part of it, and work with it in harmony and think creatively. So it is amazing. But yeah, who will prepare the teachers for this? It's, I mean, talking with teachers throughout these years, it is easy to understand that this is quite a challenge for them as well. And although, I mean, most teachers I've spoken with, they are so excited and they really want to contribute. It's sometimes difficult for them to understand how they can do it, and they need to be supported and need to be trained, and this training has to be continuous, to my understanding. So how are we going to do this? Our project in NBS Academy is quite innovative, I think, and it is different because it's the first attempt to introduce nature-based solutions in teaching and education, to train teachers to use these concepts and this understanding in order to adapt their teaching in such a way that goes beyond what we're usually doing with environmental education, to reconnect, to embed nature in their teaching. So we have been developing resources for our teachers, but we have gone beyond that. So rather than creating training programs and materials, we have focused on creating a community that works with it, and communities of teachers that work together, and living labs where people collaborate, where people discuss and exchange ideas, practices, and this helps us constantly improve and adapt our education approaches to be in tune with nature. And our project makes nature-based solution a part of this process, and the idea is to make nature a part of how we train our teachers, how they teach, and how they get inspired from this. And finally, one of the key ingredients, let's say, of our projects is that it doesn't just focus on the teachers themselves, but it also bridges them with policymakers, with research, with innovation, with action. So it's quite versatile, what we have been doing for these 3 years, and I think this is why the impact is so amazing. So why we're here today, as I said, the project has been very versatile. So there are many different angles from which we can approach it, and there are many different people, different kinds of people that are interested and have much to gain from what this consortium has done these 3 years. So it is a good opportunity to hear from experts on nature-based solution, but also policy experts to discover the tools and the experiences that the project has created, and connect with other projects, because there are so many people working on these issues, and become part of this conversation, engage with other people, engage in discussion. So I think it has been a very good opportunity for all of us to look at again at what has been done these 3 years, and start thinking how this can be integrated in our work, so that we can sustain it and continue help this all this work grow and create impact. So I'm not gonna say much more. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference, and I will be with you back at the closing session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Constantinos. Thank you for helping us set the tone and understand better what NBS Academy, why it exists, and we will explore throughout the day what it has done and how it has achieved its impact, its resources, and how those resources are to be used in the future. So thank you very much for setting up the tone. And we will see you again later for the closing session.
Sure.
Meanwhile, I'm just going to comment on the chat, because I'm looking at all the participation, and we can see that we're reaching far and wide. We have hellos from many countries, from Europe and from beyond. We have Portugal, Greece, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Italy, Israel, Albania, the Republic of Moldova, Cyprus, Spain, Romania, North Macedonia, Turkey. We have quite the representation here. So it's amazing to see that everyone is on board across the world to turn nature-based solutions into a standard component of teacher education, and therefore of the education of future generations. So we're now going to go into, and we're going to receive two very special speakers who will give us keynote speeches to help us understand a little bit the background, to help set the stage on why we are here and what's happening. So we will first welcome a speaker to speak on policy, in particular nature-based education for Europe's resilience, and then a second speaker, a botanist, who will explore plants and help us reflect on our relationship with them. So without further ado, I will pass on the floor to our first speaker. Piet Nukas, hi, welcome. Thanks for being with us today.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to join you from Brussels, and indeed, good morning to everyone.
Hi, Piet.
Hi.
So you're a project advisor at the European Research Executive Agency for the European Commission, and you've worked with NBS Academy and the project that NBS Academy has been building on, such as another project like NBS EduWorld and the first NBS initiative. So you've been collaborating on NBS for quite a few years, and you're here to explore with us today what NBS education means for Europe's resilience. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Indeed, it's now 10 years actually, or slightly more already, than the European Commission and also we in the European Research Executive Agency have followed the development of nature-based solutions and have been also initiators of the very concept. And it has developed from the perhaps initially mainly research concept being mainstreamed into several EU policies and further getting implemented locally and nationally, which is absolutely the way how we wanted it to go. But there is still a lot to do, and the education and the educators have a crucial role to play here. And today, Europe increasingly prioritizes competitiveness, resilience, and preparedness in a rapidly changing world. But long-term competitiveness will also depend on our ability to adapt to climate risks, restore ecosystems, and equip future generations with the skills to navigate such complexity and uncertainty. And the EU political and legislative framework, the European Green Deal, the biodiversity strategy for 2030, the EU adaptation strategy, the climate law, and most importantly, the nature restoration regulation all require more than technological innovation and national policy frameworks. We also need societal capacity, new competencies, and cultural change to mainstream nature-based solutions. And in the frame of the nature restoration regulation, member states, you may already know, are finalizing their national restoration plans over summer. And the implementation of these restoration plans will require new professional profiles, governance capacities, and societal competencies across Europe. Green Comp, the European Sustainability Competence Framework, provides important support here by creating a common language for sustainability competencies across education sectors. And education and research on nature-based solution can strengthen Europe's capacity to innovate and respond to systemic challenges, because nature-based solutions can simultaneously support climate adaptation and mitigation, biodiversity, water management, public health, and quality of life, with strong focus on doing it together, on co-creation. And education is a strategic infrastructure for such transformation. Next slide. Teaching about nature-based solutions can be a powerful entry point for transformative biodiversity education, because NBS naturally connects ecology, society, economy, governance, culture, and justice. It helps students understand how environmental and societal systems are deeply interconnected and mutually dependent. We move from learning about nature towards learning with nature and for societal change. This becomes even more important when we look at the interconnected crises we face, highlighted, for instance, in the recent IPBES Nexus assessment, like biodiversity loss, climate change, water, food, and human health. Too often, these challenges are still addressed separately. But fragmented approaches can create unintended trade-offs. For example, climate mitigation projects may damage biodiversity when they rely on monoculture plantations. And students should understand that biodiversity loss increases climate vulnerability, climate change accelerates ecosystem degradation, and weakened ecosystems affect food, water, health, and social stability. Teacher training should therefore not only transfer ecological knowledge, but also help educators teach NBS through systems thinking, participatory learning, critical reflection, and collective problem solving. Nature-based solutions are particularly valuable here because they help develop understanding of synergies and trade-offs, support participatory learning, connect with local ecological knowledge, and encourage relational approaches to nature. If done well, This can also support deeper shifts in our values and worldviews. Next slide. One of the strongest contribution of projects such as NBS Academy is that you bring together actors that too often work separately. Researchers, teachers, educators, schools, local authorities, civil society organizations, and communities. We need stronger connections between research, policy, and pedagogical practice, where knowledge is co-created and tested in real-world contexts. The cross-sector collaboration and place-based learning are equally focused in many Horizon Europe projects working on nature-based solutions, and we will hear from a number of them later today. Increasingly successful projects are not only about scientific excellence, but also about social learning, behavioral change, and citizen engagement. NBS Academy importantly supported experiential and place-based learning approaches, outdoor learning, community engagement, local ecosystem observation, and citizen science. These approaches help make sustainability challenges tangible and relevant for students. Next slide. Nature-based solutions also help us imagine positive futures. They encourage students to think about climate resilient cities rich in biodiversity, regenerative food systems, equitable access to nature, and economies operating within planetary boundaries. Latest research where also the Commission has been involved shows that system thinking skills such as understanding interconnectedness, feedback loops, or cascading effects are still not sufficiently integrated into curricula. And we do need stronger future literacy. Young people are growing up in a context of ecological uncertainty and accelerating environmental change. Thus, education should cultivate agency, imagination, resilience, and the capacity to navigate complexity. Policies such as the Nature Restoration Regulation also create important educational opportunities because they provide visible real-world examples of societal transformation that students can engage with directly, whether through wetland restoration, urban biodiversity corridors, regenerative agriculture, or local climate adaptation planning. Next slide. The transition towards climate resilient and nature positive societies will not be achieved through policy alone, nor through research alone. It requires really long-term collaboration between educators, researchers, policymakers, communities, and young people themselves. By investing in teachers, in system thinking, in nature-based solutions, we are also investing in Europe's future resilience, in its capacity to innovate, to restore ecosystems, to adapt, to change, and to cultivate new relationships between people, nature, and our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Spirit, for this talk and for this presentation on the place of nature-based solution and the space for nature-based solutions in EU policy. It's particularly interesting to look at it from looking at positive futures. I have been privy to reviewing a lot of teachers' work on nature-based solutions. And it is heartbreaking when you see a child's drawing of a world on fire. And if children grow with such negative output and outlook on life, you have to ask the question, what are they going to imagine? Do they feel empowered? No, and nature-based solution is exactly that. Nature-based solution is empowerment with nature, not just through it, but with it. And I've been lucky to work on quite a few projects that focus on nature-based solutions. I myself have a background in environment studies and climate change science and policy, so I know everything there is to know about the darkness of a dark future. And it's quite heartwarming when you see children coming with positive solution, imagining positive solutions through nature and with nature. We're getting comments in the chat. So no questions at this point, but we're getting comments from teachers who have implemented nature-based solutions, things like green roofs in their schools, and things that have been particularly productive, like gardens. And it starts early, because of course we're getting comments in the chat of preschool students engaging with nature-based solutions through projects and implementing solutions to many of those problems with nature. So it's a very exciting thing, and it's good to know that the EU is working closely on that and bringing lots of initiatives together to put environmental sustainability and nature-based solutions at the heart of, in the mind of citizens, and at the heart of teacher training and students' education as well. So thank you very much, Berit. It's now time for our second keynote speaker. So we have with us Chris Thorogood. Hi, Chris. Welcome.
Morning, Eddie. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well.
So you're the Deputy Director and Head of Science at Oxford Botanic Garden in Harcourt Arboretum.
That's correct.
Your research has focuses on evolution, conservation, flora in biodiversity hotspots, and biomimetics. You're applying evolutionary adaptations to technology. You're a quite productive author of at least 15 books, and you're frequently broadcasting on the BBC. You're also an artist. You use illustration as a creative way to bring plants and people together and to help us change our relationship with it. You encounter pretty interesting species of plants throughout your career. Some of those I don't know if I'd be thrilled to come across by accident, but I know you're looking for them, so it's fine. And you're taking a very creative approach. I mean, one of your books is about the botany and gin. So who knew it would take so long to have a good gin and tonic?
The research for that was fun, right?
I bet it was. So now today you're going to talk about plant-inspired tech in your keynote address, Rooted in Innovation. So Chris, the floor is yours.
Thanks ever so much, Eddie. I'm just going to wait for the slides to appear. Perfect. Thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be joining you on what here at least is a beautiful sunny morning in Oxfordshire, where I'm joining you from. And I'm going to take us on a whistle-stop tour around the world, I suppose, and look at some of the examples of plant-inspired technology. So the first slide, if the technology permits, or the next slide, is a little video that I took in one of the remotest places on the planet. This is, I'll just wait for it to catch up. This is a member of the Banao indigenous community with whom I had the great pleasure of staying in 2022, who took me to their very special forest in one of the remotest places on the planet. And the reason I wanted to share this with you is that sometimes plants in particular get a pretty difficult rep when it comes to education and inspiring younger people. Quite often, people think of animals as being more inspiring to them because they connect with them more, because they see them as being more animated and less other. And so I'm always looking for creative ways to try and inspire people with the plant world. And often people ask me, what does a plant biologist or a botanist actually do? And I can happily tell them that working with plants can be a passport to places where no one else can go. So many of the places we visit are sort of uncharted. You need special permits and permission to visit, so you can't go there as a tourist. And all of a sudden it opens up literally this world of possibility. On the next slide is a very different environment. This is the east of the Gobi Desert in Inner Mongolia, which surprisingly, as I'll return to in a minute, does actually have some extraordinary biodiversity despite initial appearances. So often I enjoy, as an icebreaker, telling young people that working with plants, if you're interested in seeing the world, is a way to be able to, it can open up access to all these extraordinary places. Next slide, please. And in your kind introduction, Eddie, you mentioned that I'm an artist as well as a scientist. And because I have the very great pleasure and privilege, actually, of visiting these extraordinary places and meeting wonderful local people along the way, I'm quite an excitable person. And when I see these extraordinary works of nature, it feels a little bit like a sort of electric shock, I suppose. And what I do is I hold on to what feels like electricity. And then when I'm home, in a more meditative and a calmer way, I like to make sense visually of the wonderful things that I've seen through paint, or in the case of people, through pencil. So these are just some paintings and illustrations that I've done inspired by some of those trips around the world. And that's something else that I'm very interested in from an educational perspective, is blurring or dissolving the boundaries between disciplines. And I think many people think of science and art as being so incredibly disparate that they couldn't really collide, their orbits could never collide. And for me, that's simply not been the case. I suppose I'm a scientist first and foremost, if I had to choose, and I make sense of the world by asking questions. But I can answer those questions in different ways, and I work closely with people from all sorts of disciplines, as I'll come on to in a moment. But for me, painting and visualizing these experiences, both scientifically and from an experience point of view, just makes sense to me. And so I'm also a big fan of rule breaking and dissolving barriers between disciplines, which I think can be an extraordinarily creative force. Next slide, please. The focus of this talk, though I am going to move about a bit, I'm afraid, but as you probably guessed from the title, is around lessons from nature, particularly with a view to with a technological bent to it. And this is a quote that is possibly quite familiar to you, but there's something about these lessons from nature that is sort of evergreen, and sometimes we have new perspectives or new ways of articulating it, but we sort of come back to the same lessons again and again. Next slide, please. And this is an example of a plant that I work on that no one would describe as being necessarily relevant to technology in a literal sense. But for me, this symbolizes very well our relationship with nature that is literally rooted in nature over, since forever. So, and as far back as we can document. So this is a plant that I work on that grows out in that desert that I shared a quick video of a moment ago. Its proper name is Synergies deserticula. It's sometimes called desert hyacinth or desert ginseng. And it's a parasitic plant that has been used in traditional Chinese medicine for thousands of years. And so now our articulation of how we use nature has, of course, evolved alongside our technology. But in fact, the way I think of this is that through space and time, it's a relationship that has always been there. We're just using different words and different technologies to exploit, in inverted commas. So in this case, this is a plant that was used in herbal medicine and as food. And as much as it looks back and enjoys a long history, this plant remembers a long history of cultivation in the desert. It also, for me, is symbolic about future possibility for reasons I'll explain. So this plant is dug up and extricated from the sand. And in the middle, you can see my photograph of local farmers digging these holes that are deeper than I am tall. And they clamber into these tunnels and then lift out these extraordinarily large underground stems that are the size of pythons. You can see on the right one with my sunglasses in the distance, showing the extraordinary and remarkable scale of these hefty stems, which are a rich source of starch. Now, this plant was once collected almost to the point of extinction to supply traditional herbal medicine and grow and as a sort of locally sourced wild cash crop. But now farmers have realized that this plant can be cultivated alongside what are called shelter forests, which are long lines of trees which are having to be planted to halt the desert, which is now spilling out of control due to climate change and what's called land degradation. So desertification is a sort of largely unseen consequence of climate change that affects local people very badly because it renders their land unusable, unfertile. And so these shelter forests sort of act a little bit like fire breaks to hold the desert and halt it in its tracks. And this parasitic plant that has long been used can be grown alongside that shelter forest, which acts as a host for this parasite, this parasitic plant, as an ancillary crop that requires no irrigation and no fertilizer. So it's a sort of zero input crop. And I went to learn from these farmers how they grow this crop and how we might be looking at a future food or a future medicine or something very at the future. So for me, this is a plant that is very much poised at the intersection between something that we've always used, but something that might be very helpful to us in the future. Next slide, please. And these are some of my pencil drawings of the people whom I met. The one on the left is Yang Bin, and I spent lots of time on his farm learning how people conjure as if by magic these extraordinary works of nature out of the sand. I just thought this was the most remarkable adventure I think I'd ever been on, finding these crazy plants that were just sort of exploding out of the sand as if by magic. So I owe a debt of thanks to these people. Next slide, please. I want to move on to another group of plants that's very close to my heart. These are carnivorous pitcher plants. And they produce a miscellany of different shapes and geometries. And our work shows that these are a consequence of an adaptive radiation. Adaptive radiations, and forgive me, I'm sure we have lots of biologists in the audience. If you don't know, is an example of a rapid burst of new species that evolved from common ancestry linked to different new niches. So a classic textbook example that young people learn is Darwin's finches that have different beaks to tap into different food sources in the Galapagos Islands. But we were able to show that these plants, their traps, their insect traps, act as tools to tap into different nutrient sources in their environment. So the example on the right, that's my painting of a bat about to enter a pitcher plant because it uses this pitcher as a nesting site, a roost. And so the geometries, the shapes and forms of these different pitchers evolved alongside their different prey spectra, or in this case, bats that leave their droppings as a source of nutrients for the plant. So this is a nice novel example of an adaptive radiation. And I'm interested from a pedagogical point of view in plants that in some cases can be reduced to in the curriculum for many good reasons, but albeit to photosynthesis, for example, or sort of the biochemical side of plants. And I know that when the biology students I teach sort of enter degree level education, they sometimes think of plants as a bit dull unless they're particularly interested in biochemistry or genetics, which is where plants were used. But here is a wonderful example of a fascinating evolutionary process that plants are ripe to use to explain. Next slide. And I promised you some biomimetics. So Aristotle said this, that if one way be better than another. You may be sure that's nature's way. And then on the next slide, I have some terminology which I'll just take us through briefly. Actually, I'm less interested in the taxonomy of all the different words associated with this. I'm more interested in what they can do for us. Nevertheless, for clarity, biomimicry is a term that was popularized by Janine Benyus in her seminal work on biomimicry. So it's become a very, very popular book. And so she can be thanked for sort of mainstreaming this word. Preceding that is biomimetics, which is generally considered to have a slightly narrower meaning, perhaps. And this was from an engineer who was sort of looking at natural processes and coined that term. But actually, and coming back to what I was talking about earlier, we've always actually looked at nature for answers, and in some cases copied it. And so we may have found new ways to popularize or change the words a little, but I think this is something that's always been there. And so Ismail on the right is someone who and I've put the dates on the screen, 1100, was already actually doing what we now talk about biomimetics or biomimicry, and actually wrote about this. So I don't think it's necessarily that we can thank one scientist or innovator. I think actually over time, this is something that's always been there, and it's very much evolved alongside our relationships with nature. Next slide, please. And if this little video permits, this is just some water that I splashed on a lotus leaf. Maybe it's, yeah, there we go. That you'll be familiar with quite possibly. This is called the lotus effect, and it's a super hydrophobic surface that repels water, and the properties of that have been used in self-cleaning glass, self-cleaning paint, and very much permeated our everyday lives. And on the next slide is I've returned to the pitcher plants, which I mentioned. That's a painting of a plant that I found about 20 years ago now on Mount Kinabalu, and it took me 16 years to come around to painting it, and it was a big painting. But you can see it's got particularly toothy, what are called peristomes, the bits that insects slide off. And on the right there is a micrograph of that, well, a light micrograph that zooms in on these structures, and you can see there that there are big ridges that you may see are made up in turn of a hierarchy of smaller ridges. Now, this surface is unlike the one we just saw of the lotus leaf. This one is the opposite in that it's super hydrophilic. So water is attracted to it and forms a thin film over its surface. And the topography that you can see, combined with that lubricated film of water, renders this surface one of the slipperiest in nature. And on the next slide, which I recall being quite a busy slide, that I'll just take us through briefly. But on the right, again, I've sort of zoomed in on this structure. We did some work a few years ago, but we're not the only people to have worked on this, examining the potential of this surface in biomimetics and particularly microfluidic technology. Microfluidics concerns the movement of small amounts of liquids with high precision, and it's used in medical devices, refrigeration devices, inkjet printers, all sorts of things that we use in our everyday lives. And what Nepenthes, this pitcher plant, manages to do is because its peristome has evolved to direct insect prey into its trap in quite a controlled, non-arbitrary way. They don't just randomly slide, they're sort of driven into the trap, actually, which was what I was interested in from an evolutionary biology background. But from a technological background, this is interesting because if we take these properties and instill them in technology, it means that we have a finer level of precision of droplet guidance. Meanwhile, on the left, I won't explain all of these graphs in detail, but just to say that we used a mathematical modeling approach to examine how different hypothetical geometries might handle different prey sources. And what's really interesting is that the bottom right shows one with teeth that we see in nature, which are surprisingly prominent. And we examined a cost benefit analysis. In other words, the cost of producing such a structure, which is actually quite easy to work out from a plant's budget constraint. What's your return on investment for effectiveness of prey caught? And what we found was that our model could never account for these big teeth. And that's really interesting for me as a scientist, because it says that actually we can model these till the cows come home, but we don't necessarily understand what's happening until we look in nature, because our model says that there's something going on that we haven't accounted for that gives a return on investment. There's a lot of economics in plants, by the way. So what I actually need is a PhD student to go and sit and watch these plants in nature, because that's something that a mathematical model can't do. Next slide, please. This is the underside of a giant Victoria Amazonian water lily. You may have seen these growing in botanic garden pools, or have been lucky enough to see them growing in the wild in South America. It's one of the most beautiful structures I know of. It's as if mathematics and biology conspired to make something more beautiful than either could by itself. It produces this striking orthogonal geometry of radial spokes intersected. And my colleagues, my physicist friends and I set out to understand how and why this structure is so big. And on the next slide, I've unpacked this somewhat to try and I'll try and distill this this work. So we published this in Science Advances, and we got the front cover, which is testament to the beauty of this plant, I think. But what we did in short was we took a given amount of biomass of stuff, and then using mathematical modeling again, we said, right, what happens if with this mass you do different things that don't exist in nature, and then we examine their resilience and their strength. And to cut a long story short, what we found is that you can make it really big and thin, or short and fat, and you can change the number of veins. But actually, the structure that exists in nature, that's been tried and tested by many millions of years of evolution by natural selection, it is near perfect in terms of put it this way, it's the largest area that you can cover at low cost with the budget you have, that is still strong and stable enough to withstand. So you can make it bigger, but it's no longer stable. You can make it smaller, but it's no longer efficient. So this is the ideal structure. It's an economy of material. And we think that this could inspire some of the design principles for floating photovoltaics. So in other words, floating solar panels. And to be honest, isn't that intuitive? Doesn't that make sense? Because these are nature's largest floating solar panels that have been tried and tested by billions of storms. And so really thinking back to Aristotle, who with his admonishing finger sort of warned us that actually nature knows best. And I think we're maybe finally sitting up and listening. And I think there's a lovely poetic justice that something that can bring about, can sort of restore some of the terrible damage we've done to the biosphere, could actually come from nature's solutions themselves. Finally, I just wanted to show very quickly this, and there's a GIF, it may, there we go. This is a squirting cucumber, which has been the source of much entertainment over the years. Just to say, we CT scanned and modeled this and looked at the mechanics of it to understand for the first time how this plant that we've known about for thousands of years actually ejects its seeds violently under pressure. This potentially has an application in on-demand drug delivery systems from microcapsules. Really, whatever plant, in my case, generally, you examine, you will find an extraordinary innovation hiding in plain sight. We just need to look. And I'm coming to the end of my talk. This is just another quick video to show you the plants in action. Actually, it happens so quickly, you miss kind of the critical bit. Next slide, please. And finally, I just wanted to introduce to you, if you haven't seen such a creature before, You must know about it. This is a photosynthetic sea slug, and this is a focus of my future research. So if I come back to speak to you in a few years, maybe we'll have moved the needle on this one. That's a video I took on the south coast of the UK. This is a slug that ingests it eats algae, and the chloroplasts, rather than being digested, end up in the slug's skin effectively, where they photosynthesize and carry on generating food for the slug. So it's tantamount to you or I eating a salad and then greening up in the sun and not having to eat for a while. This is an extraordinary creature, and there are certainly solutions hiding in sight that we can learn from, particularly from a biochemical process that a geneticist and I are keen to examine. And we've just recruited a master's student to come and work with us on this. So more on that soon. And I think that marks the end, I just wanted to thank more people than I've got time to mention, but there are a lot of people who contributed to the things that I've talked about, who really did the hard work here. So particularly Finn, when it came to Finn Box, who did the Waterloo work, and James Gwan. But thanks to the whole team. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you to all the people who contributed to your work as well. Nature knows best. I think it's a good way of summing up the entire thing. Nature knows best, and all we need to do is listen. Yeah. So that's very exciting, and I look forward to being able to photosynthesize my own food.
Me too.
Through my scheme. That's going to be amazing.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Chris. Right. So now that we've had those inspirational talks about policy and about nature knowing best, we're going to get into a bit more of a focused approach, and we're going to look at different areas of nature-based solutions and what the project has been achieving. So we will start with a teacher training focus, because of course it's all about making teachers more confident and better equipped to bring nature-based solutions into their practice. So we had to start with a teacher training focus. So we're going to welcome Irene Dremiotou. She's a researcher and a teaching staff at the University of Nicosia in Cyprus. Your research focuses on nurturing students' interests in science and STEM careers through educational material that promote the development of 21st century skills. And you've applied this expertise to the NBS Academy project. You will take us through a presentation on embedding nature-based solutions in education with NBS Academy tools. And then you will moderate a panel discussion with 3 educators who share their experience working on nature-based solutions in education. We'll have Aglaya Manzano, assistant principal at the 8th Primary School in Athens, Estefania Perez Solis, teacher and coordinator at Eco Schools in Spain, and Heike Sandberg, educational staff at the Institute of Biology Didactics of the Justus Liebig University in Germany. Great. Irene, thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Hello, Eddie. Thank you for the introduction. Now we are going to talk about embedding NBS in education with NBS Academy tools. So the question becomes one of why NBS education matters. Policymakers increasingly recognize the need to build public awareness of climate change and foster attitudes that support sustainable development. Embedding NBS into education places sustainability at the very core of teaching and learning. NBS education is conceptualized as a pedagogical approach that holistically strengthens environmental education while advancing the objectives of education for sustainable development. And it responds directly to European Commission priorities on climate literacy and green transition. NBS education is rooted in place-based experiential learning within local context. This means that students learn directly from the local environments and communities rather than only through classroom instruction. Therefore, authentic outdoor experiences play a key role in this process. First, they deepen connections with nature. They foster community engagement and empower individuals to make informed, responsible decisions for environmental sustainability. NBS education promotes a holistic understanding of ecosystems by helping students see the environment as an interconnected system rather than isolated parts. Students explore how biodiversity, resilience, and ecosystem services work together to support both natural and human communities. Now, the transition from concept to real-world practice is especially important. Through hands-on projects such as school-based green roofs, as we talked about earlier, and rain gardens, students actively engage with ecological processes in meaningful ways. These activities demonstrate how NBS can address real environmental challenges. For example, students learn how green infrastructure supports urban water management by reducing runoff and improving water absorption. They also explore how vegetation helps mitigate urban heat island effects by cooling surrounding environments. So overall, these experiences encourage students to tackle environmental challenges, developing their critical thinking and context-specific problem solving. Now, initiatives to date have been largely supported through European Commission funding, and these were about producing tools, courses, and frameworks to facilitate integration into both formal and non-formal education settings. Despite a growing ecosystem of all these online resources, including Scientix, EduWorld, and OPLA, there is limited evidence that educators systematically access, utilize, or integrate NBS materials into their teaching. The challenge is not merely one of resource availability, but of uptake, awareness, and institutional embedding. Although NBS are increasingly recognized for their environmental and social value, the implementation of NBS in education faces several structural and systemic barriers. Now, what stands in the way? So here I list some of the barriers. So first, there's a limited availability of green spaces and outdoor learning environments within or near school settings. Second, pre-service and in-service teachers lack NBS-specific competencies and confidence to teach outdoors. Third, there's a difficulty in mapping NBS content onto existing formal curriculum structures and assessment frameworks. Fourth, there is absence of resources, leadership buy-in, and systemic frameworks to sustain NBS initiatives in schools. And last, educators and institutions are often unaware of the educational and environmental value that NBS integration can deliver. So addressing these barriers demands targeted and sustained investment in educator development. And this means that this must happen at every stage of the teaching career, starting from the initial teacher education and moving on to continuous professional development. Both pathways are essential. Embedding NBS education at the very start of a teaching career and sustaining it through ongoing professional growth. Now, with NBS, we have developed resources to directly address these identified gaps and equip pre-service and in-service teachers with the knowledge and tools and frameworks to design and implement NBS integrated learning. So here you can see an overview of the resources we have developed. All these are ready-made framework-aligned resources developed for educators, teacher trainers, and curriculum designers. All these resources are freely available at our website, and you can scan the QR code to go through these resources. And this refer to the thinking tool, which is a design map for planning and implementing NBS focused learning materials, the MOOC, the NBS Academy course that consists of lesson plans and educational materials for classroom use, a toolkit for educator training, and the NBS educational framework. All the materials are aligned with global frameworks. They are all designed to be directly usable, reducing the burden on educators to adapt or contextualize content from scratch. As already said, all the resources are mapped to internationally recognized competency and sustainability frameworks, and this ensures relevance and transferability across national education systems. So in NBS Academy, we focused on providing these aids to educate teachers, equipment with ready-to-use framework-aligned resources, and facilitate their integration into formal curricula and institutional practice. We believe that NBS education offers more than environmental literacy because it cultivates the agency, critical thinking, and ecological empathy that are required for the next generation to lead meaningful, place-based responses to the climate crisis. And last, now I think it is important for us to hear what teachers think. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Irene. We're bringing in the educators.
Question that I would like to ask the teacher relates to our resources. We have created these various resources that I mentioned before. If you had the chance to use the resources, which of these did you find most useful in practice? And were there any tools you wished had been structured differently to better suit your teaching context? Hello.
Hi, all, and welcome. We're gonna get into the discussion in just a moment. We have a little bit of noise, I believe, from one of our speakers' background or one of our panelists' background, which is going to be solved in just a second. Great. So now that we have a better sound, I leave you, Irene, to discuss with those amazing educators what NBS into their practice has brought them.
Thank you, Eddie. Hello, Aglaya, Stefania, and hi. Do I pronounce that well?
Hi,
Perfect. Hello, and thank you for joining this panel discussion. It means it is very important for us researchers to hear your voice.
Thank you.
So the first question relates to the resources that we have developed in NBS Academy. If you had the chance to use these resources, which of those did you find most useful in practice? Feel free to, yes, Aglaya.
Can I take the floor? Hello. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our experience. with our colleagues and teachers and all the people who are interested in the environmental education. For teachers, environmental education is something like a maze, because especially for my case, I'm the assistant principal at a primary school. We don't have teachers who specialize in science or biology or STEM. So everything relies on our training and our passion and our drive for doing many activities related to environment and sharing them with local schools as well, because we have been doing that lately. We have been sharing our environmental activities with other schools, which is it's something like being an ambassador of NBS and ecological projects. For my school, it has been very important because I have started doing some reluctantly some environmental, yes, it's not easy, some environmental projects. And then the passion grew. And as I got more and more trained, I think this has influenced the result. Because if you don't have a team at your school focusing on the same purpose, they just watch as outsiders. But when they see a good result and the positive influence of this on our students, then there's something like a domino effect. They want to participate. They want to take some of this, take part in some of this joy, because our students are really fulfilled when they take part in hands-on activities. Truth is that not all teachers can take part in all the courses, because some courses are a bit longer. You need to create learning scenarios. But in our school, I'm functioning as a coordinator, so that I disseminate and cut all the activities and trainings into smaller pieces, so that all teachers can follow and participate equally. So that, because we have a lack of time, we're already overburdened. So a whole school philosophy and mentality is very important. And having a coordination to cut down activities and projects into pieces and distribute the activities to all the other teachers. And NBS courses and books have been very helpful for me, because I didn't used to be an expert or know many things. It's something like a ladder. You need to take it in a step, in your stride. Every time you go up a step. So thank you. Thank you, dear Irene.
Thank you, Aglaya, for sharing your experience. So you managed to mitigate the barrier of the institutional support by taking on the role of the coordinator. So that is good that you shared this with us, and we now know how you function in your school. So what about Hi?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't. Sorry.
Can you share your experience as well?
Me?
Yes.
I'm train teachers at the university, and also I teach at school. But my pupils are a little bit older than yours, so they are between 10 and 16, 17 years old. So it's a completely different point of this whole thing. I think all the materials are highly stimulating and provide a wide range of impulses to rethinking classroom instructions. So if you have one part and the other part and they come together, so it starts to work in the teacher's mind. They complete each other, and so it becomes a whole. And you are more and more able to be more flexible to have it in different parts of your teaching and instructions. So I did not say one is more important or was more intensive than the other ones. So all of them has their point in teaching and learn how to work with it.
Thank you, Hi. Stefania, would you like to share your experience?
Yeah, sure. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, with a
I'm
nice
really
background.
sorry. I'm really sorry about that, but I'm in a national conference here in Spain, in Toledo, so for teachers, so really sorry about that. The thing is that for us, we are an eco school in Algeciras, in southern Spain, and the problem is that for us Spanish teachers, English is not a very common language, so to know about all the NBS projects, and it's difficult. It's difficult for them. Also, we are a public high school, and we don't have too much investment. We don't have too many resources, so we have some difficulties. But we are different teachers that we are really involved. We really think that NBS projects are really, really important for our students. We work the eco-social skills in our high school. So this is the way we try to do our best with our students, but it's really difficult. We are not used to this, and also the European resource and your web page and everything. No, it's but step by step, I think that we are trying to do our best.
Thank you, Stefania. Can you share, since you are an eco school as well, can you share moments of genuine engagement or surprise that you observed in your students when working with NBS materials?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah. We have different projects as we are an eco school. We have a lot of outdoor classrooms. We have also the beach. The beach is just 5 minutes walking away from the high school. And our students realize that it's a very important way to understand how nature works, how we can take advantage of our natural resource and natural environment. Overall, if we wanted them to acquire these eco-social skills to get a better world for them. So we try to push them to do different projects, like for example, as we now last year we won an international prize in the Teachers Cup in the international conference of climate change. So we are trying to make them aware, that it's the only the best way to reach and to get these eco-social skills.
That's great. How about you, Aglaya? Because you are working with younger students, can you share any moments of genuine engagement or surprise that you observed while working with the NBS materials?
Millions young children environment. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, dear Irene?
Can you repeat?
Yeah. Yes, I have many fun experiences and surprising experiences, because in our school we are creating learning scenarios based on the repository of NBS and environmental education in general. very recently, my students took an interview from local fishermen, and they discussed, they discussed about the issues involved in fishing in Greece, and they were very surprised because they found out that fish is becoming less and less, and they were very sad about that. They created the interview questions on their own. I knew that we would visit fishermen, but they wanted to create their questions on their own, and they were very surprised to know that fish is becoming less and less, even in Greece, which is a country full of islands. It belongs in the Mediterranean Sea. And the second event that I could mention is when we do some plantings in our school garden. We have a school garden, and we're conducting experiments in our school garden. I have so many examples. For example, in the beginning, our students could not understand why grass grows. We dig the soil, we plow it. Why does grass or other plants grow? Did we plant a seed there? It's something like an adventure for our students, and we are learning together with them. We're learning together. We're looking into information. We're doing research. And one final example that I could share is when we made a research on the school premises for our school's footprint of carbon dioxide and water management. They were very disappointed because they really hadn't observed some details before, because they don't like, for example, they didn't like the place where our water taps were constructed. And they realized and things that even I hadn't realized because of the school routine. And I was amazed by their observation skills and their interest in hands-on activities and outdoor activities, of course. And that, can I share one more example, if I'm not taking up your time?
Go on.
We did a treasure hunt game based on a learning scenario that I have created on friction, and we used our school playground, our school's playground for that treasure hunt game, and our students had to find all the natural ingredients so they can build an eco lubricant. They had so much fun. They found all the material so fast, and it was amazing. Fun is also surprising for them because traditional education is not very fun, especially for younger students.
Thank you
So
very
that would
much
be.
for sharing.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So we can see that while engaging in those authentic experiences, students they have fun and they can cultivate their skills, like you said before, their observation skills, which is very important nowadays. Thank you. So, hi, you're working with older students. Have you noticed any shifts, any changes in how they think about sustainability while working with the NBS materials?
Yes, I did. But our curricula is very packed, so the latitude remaining to teachers is rather limited. So consequently, the implementation of larger scale projects, how to adapt the schoolyard to climate change or something like this, is not so easily and has to be planned quite well. Furthermore, the necessary resources, both of terms and personal, and funding, so it's not as easy for us to do bigger projects as we heard that now from the primary school. But anyway, we included in our daily teaching. And there is still example, forests, adaptation of species, habitats, and health aspects where we more and more include it, or like things we call it virtual water. That is the hidden water we need for produce food or clothes or whatever. So there's the possibility to keep the students to this topics, and this is the feeling that they start to think different is clearly there, but it goes slow and slow and slow. They are older, so it takes more time for them to be involved like the small ones.
At least it's there, so we will get there at some point.
Yeah.
I understand from what you're saying. I understand that there is a difficulty in integrating those materials into your curriculum. Maybe because there is a misalignment, and you need to put some effort into to adjust these materials. Does this apply to your case, Stefania?
Yeah, we in Spanish law we have this educational environment and sustainability chapters in every subject. But as we are an eco school, we have a proper subject named environmental projects, so we can work deeply, in this subject. For example, our school garden, we used to work in it in every break. For example, for us, I have students every day there during the break, but also in this subject, because it's more specifically, or our biodiversity garden, or even we have also a green business learning about how they can, our students, for example, in the biology lab, they make soap from the fried olive oil, that instead of throwing away through the tap or whatever, we reuse, and we make soap to sell, a very cheap way to the others, to the other students. So we really think that this is a very important subject to work deeply all these topics about sustainability and this, and everyone in our high school knows about this. Even teachers know that they have to work also these NBS projects in their subject, but it's not the same. That is in the proper subject.
I totally understand, and I also understand that it is important for teachers to shift in a way their perspective in order to adopt these materials and integrate them into their teaching. So is that easy in your case, Aglaya, or do you think that teachers need more push?
It's not easy, no, because teachers feel safer with traditional teaching, and when they follow the curriculum in a strict way, or when they're working on more tangible material, because you need to adapt, you need to change some activities offered so that you can tailor them or to the time that you have in order to teach a lesson. Our environmental education projects are integrated into the curriculum in Greece officially in the subject called skills development. So teachers at primary schools have 2 hours every week at their disposal for doing any project they want. And we're an eco school as well, and a STEM school. So our main focus is nature-based solutions and ecological projects. And we are collaborating so that we know what we will do beforehand, because there is a great lack of time. Our job is not easy at all, especially nowadays. And, students need more and more stimuli so that they get interested in any activity. And up until now, we have not met with an issue about teaching environmental education and doing environmental projects in our schools. It is fully integrated into the curriculum. This has been the case for the past 3 years, though. For the past 3 years for Greece.
Mm-hmm. That's really nice. So
Yeah.
there has been an institutional change in order for you to work with these materials and integrate them into your teaching. There has been this
Yes,
additional...
the fact that we have an official subject called skills development, and we can focus on whatever we deem as appropriate and important for students, has given us this freedom that we need. Teachers need a little more attention, and institutions and the ministries of education should also place great focus on that, because we are not creating the curricula, and the curricula are being created by the ministries of education. So they should offer schools at least 1 and 2 hours every week, so that they can focus on the environmental education.
So we need the policymakers now.
Yes, we do. We certainly do.
Yes, I agree fully. Teachers like to teach, and that takes a lot of time, and it takes a long time to change teaching. That's my experience over years now. So it will take time to implement that in schools, and it will work easier if we have more place for this new thinking. But on the other way, it's a lot of new impulses also in other subjects. So I hope that it will change in whole. So we think teaching or education in a new way. And therefore, it is really good to have NBS in your package, so you can put it out and show, look here, there is a really good point to teach a pupil for the future. So that would be really nice if we could change the curricula more and more and have this very important topics in the future more in our schools.
So it is a matter of policy making. I understand. Stefania, you're nodding too.
No teacher could say something different, because we're overburdened with so many details and so much information and knowledge that we need to disseminate to our students. So we need an official recognition of the fact that environmental education needs to be an integral part of education all around the world.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
for us,
top priority.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are the only school in the whole Spain that we have this certificate of NBS expertise, school expertise. And I said every politician in the regional government, in the even in our city council, but they don't care. I mean, maybe because they don't understand what it means. So I think that we need step by step, no, to reach more people out. But I don't know. It's hard overall in public schools, as you are telling. It doesn't matter primary, secondary, high school, even university. It's difficult. It's difficult because we have to change our mind and convince our colleagues to get out of the comfort zone that okay, this is the textbooks, and this is the way we teach, and it's just to go farther, no? Yeah.
And that takes me to
You
the
know,
last
we are
question.
training. Okay, just as final point, if I may, we're training future environmental engineers. We are training them, kindergartens, primary education sector, secondary education sector. It's not that somebody becomes an environmental engineer overnight. We're raising awareness. We are creating an interest in these fields, which are so necessary for our society and our world. So we have a great role to play for that matter. That is what I wanted to add. I'm sorry.
Agree. It's a very good point. Yes.
Yes, hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree. That's exactly what we should figure out on this.
You see yourself continuing implementing these NBS approaches, but you need some institutional support and maybe support from people above these institutions, so the policymakers, as I understand.
Yes.
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. It's very important for us to hear your voice as teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
inviting
so
us.
Thank you all. Thank you to our teachers and to our moderator. There's lots and lots and lots of love in the chat. Love for the teachers, love for the moderator, and I'm sure there is no lack of love from the students that you inspire. I think those students really love those teachers who dare to break new grounds and take them into new learning opportunities. I've worked with teachers a lot, and I work with teachers a lot on a daily basis, and it's always the same. Teachers are amazing. Teachers want to do, but they need to feel safe. They need to be equipped. They need to have the right tools and also the right opportunities. And as Irene has beautifully segued into, they need policy shifts. They need transformations to enable them to innovate, try new things, and of course, the curriculum, this beautiful beast that everybody loves, is crazy packed. And leaves a very, very little room for trying out new things. So we're going to go on a short break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about policy, in fact. We'll talk about policy in the EU. We'll try to understand if policymakers are ready for nature-based solutions to put it for good into the curriculum. And we'll also explore how to build our capacity for policy changes and for nature-based solutions into teacher training and into education. So we'll take a short break now. We will be back at 11 on the dot. And again, thank you to the speakers who have been with us this morning so far. And we look forward to seeing you again in 15 minutes. So we can continue exploring nature-based solutions into teacher training. See you soon. Hello, welcome back everyone. It's now 11 o'clock and we are resuming the NBS Academy final conference. And we will now shift to a policy focus. But first, I hope that everybody's had a good break. A small reminder, if you want a certificate of attendance and participation for this conference, make sure to sign the signature list that's available in the chat. Right. So, as we've seen in the previous session, thanks to the testimony of educators who put a lot of love and a lot of hard work into bringing NBS into formal education, they cannot do it alone. They cannot, it's not their prerogative to just put nature-based solutions into education and into teacher training. They need policy shifts and policy transformation so they can have the support, the time, and the opportunities needed to put nature-based solutions into their practices. So we will now go into policy. We will welcome Laure Tremblay. She's a policy analyst in land use and climate at the Institute for European Environmental Policy. And she's going to introduce us to NBS in the EU and reflect on whether or not policymakers are ready and how we can build capacity for NBS. This presentation will then be followed with a discussion moderated by Rega Kovac to discuss integrating NBS into education and teacher training policy. But for the time being, welcome Laure. Thank you for being with us today. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Eddie, for the introduction. Indeed, so I'm representing the IEP today, the Institute for European Environmental Policy, independent think tank based in Brussels. And I understood from the previous panel discussion that there were many expectations on the policy side to support teachers on NBS, but you will see that I will also bring my share of expectations from policymakers, so I hope I don't disappoint too much from the policy side. So my presentation today will be more about NBS education in a policy perspective and the importance of education to embed NBS into policy. But before I dive into the topic, I just wanted to say a few words about Network Nature. So I'm representing the Horizon project, now Network Nature, which is in its second phase, Network Nature Plus, which is running into 2027. It's a Horizon project which constitutes a platform for the NBS community. It fosters collaboration, knowledge sharing, and strategic action to maximize the impact of NBS in Europe and beyond in policy, practice, and research. And the project connects more than 100 EU-funded NBS research and NBS innovation projects. So you can think about Network Nature as a network of networks. And at the IEP, our organization, we are leading work package 6 on policy engagement. And I'm going to come back to this point later in my presentation. So NBS in EU policy. Are EU policymakers ready, and how do we build capacity? To answer this question, I'll provide you with a short overview of NBS in policy in the EU based on an analysis we carried out at the start of the project. I will show you some of the findings in terms of policy knowledge on NBS and highlight some of the best practices we came across in the EU to build capacity on NBS. And this will lead me on to how Network Nature builds capacity on NBS for professionals and policymakers. Next slide, please. So to understand better how in the project we could best address policy engagement, we carried out with our partners, UNEP, WCMC, ICLEI, and IUCN, an assessment of policy needs and gaps in the EU. Next slide, please. So to do this, we individually screened more than 48 EU and international policies to understand their support for nature-based solutions. And for the sake of the analysis, and further policy engagements. Policies were grouped across 6 themes: so biodiversity enhancement, climate adaptation and mitigation, NBS finance, sustainable food systems, zero pollution, and sustainable urban transformation. And you may find this categorization a bit artificial because NBS are interventions by definition that span over multiple sectors. But this is to simplify our engagements. So along with this analysis, we undertook interviews with policy experts at EU level and national level to characterize gaps. And the most interesting things we looked at were the type of support of the policy, so from low to strong, how implicit or explicit is the support to NBS, and also how relevant are the policies to NBS. And we found out that only 17% of the policies reviewed were mentioning NBS explicitly. So NBS, mentioning NBS or a concept under this umbrella. But 78% of the policies were found to support strongly NBS. And this may sound a bit counterintuitive, but it underlines the fact that many policies have the potential to support NBS, even if they not mention them. And also, one of the reasons for that is that about 1/3 of the policies reviewed at EU level where they predate the official definition of the UNEA on NBS in 2022. So what did we find out? Next slide, please. We found out that most EU and global policies provide scopes for initiatives or measures that promote the use of NBS over solutions. But this depends largely on implementation instruments at national, regional, and local level. Not all member states and regions can seize the opportunity to facilitate NBS uptake. And in general, EU Green Deal policies, so policies that were adopted between 2019 and 2025, strongly supports an increase in EU funding for NBS and recognize NBS as a key component to achieve the goals. So among these policies that strongly support NBS, you have policies on sustainable development, disaster risk reduction, climate and environment issues. And we noticed that there were significant effort to embed NBS into research portfolio. So you can think about Horizon Europe, EU missions, and this really helped to build the evidence base to support NBS into policies. And the results from this project really help embed NBS into policy better. But this is more predominant urban focus. So in this analysis, we noted a lack of synergies between policies on the objectives, especially outside of the environment and research sectors. So some of the objectives embedded into, for example, biodiversity policies are not necessarily reflected in economic policies or policies supporting health and finance. So you have a lot of policy silo. And you also note that in the mention of NBS across policy themes. So it's the graph on the right of the screen. So NBS are particularly strongly supported and mentioned in urban policy compared to other themes like sustainable food systems, where they are not really mentioned so much. So I had prepared some slides on looking at the individual themes, but I don't think I will have enough time to go through that. So I will ask to go directly to the to the next part of my presentation on how knowledgeable are policymakers on NBS. And these findings are based on interviews, desk research, and also policy events we organized. And as we noted earlier, NBS are increasingly present in EU policy landscape. Yet their uptake is hindered by policy silos, and this is partly due to a lack of knowledge on nature-based solutions. So first, there is often a misunderstanding about what is an NBS. So it can lead to the implementation of mixed gray and green infrastructure under the NBS banner. So for this, the IUCN global standard on NBS can be helpful, but it's quite complex to be applied in practice. And I know that the IUCN is preparing guidance for this, the updated standard. So this will hopefully help practitioners. So as a result, for example, in cities, you have many projects that are marketed as green infrastructure, but they are in fact not really NBS. So policymakers, they need guidance that is country specific to accommodate for varying geographies and across different authorities. They need it to be accessible. They need standards and metrics and guidelines that target different audiences. And for policymakers, we also found there is a lack of access to training, especially at local and regional level. And I'll come back to this point a bit later. And I would also point out to the lack of knowledge on the available funding for nature-based solution. If you think about cohesion policy, this represents about 1/3 of the EU budget, and it could be a very important lever to mobilize funding for climate adaptation. However, most regional authorities fail to mobilize this funding for climate adaptation. Well, there are many reasons for that, but it's partly due to the difficulty of application procedures. And as a result, you have only 3% of cohesion policy spending that goes to adaptation. So there's a big lever here, and education plays a big part in how well these funds are used. And it would be also mobilized for education for NBS. I think this point was noted also earlier in the panel discussion. NBS are very complex, and they need transdisciplinary knowledge and coordination between stakeholders. And this is not necessarily evident to bring this transdisciplinary approach in teams. If you think about at a city level, you even have silo at a small scale. So this is a challenge that you find all across, even at EU level, even at Commission level. And another point that's related to education is it's difficult to articulate the non-material benefits of NBS. For example, benefits for health from NBS that are understood in a monetary term. So what it means in terms of revenues, of cost savings, and without a clear measure of the economic benefit of NBS, it's very difficult to justify the amount of funding they require. Meaning that even if NBS are included, sometimes they are the first thing to get cut out when funding is tight. And on the contrary, the gray solutions are very well documented, and they are perceived as safer options for policymakers. So I will ask you to jump to the next slides, where I'm talking about capacity building and show you some examples of in the EU of cities or regional teams that have really worked on building capacity and increasing education on NBS. So I wanted to talk about Ireland, which adopted a national strategy and guidance for local authorities on integrating nature-based solutions into rainwater management plans, and this dates from 2024. Next slide, please. So in Ireland, there's already a high support for NBS. They are integrated into national planning frameworks for development of roads, water sector, climate adaptation framework. And now there is a strategy to promote NBS in urban water and urban water surface water discharge. And this is a roadmap of actions to assist the implementation of NBS to surface water management. And what's interesting for us is that there is a guidance for local authorities on producing and water management plans. So this guidance explains the issues, the information and data to be used, what outputs should be planned, and there's also a complementary technical guidance for planners, developer and developer agents, and how to integrate flood risk assessments into the planning approach. And to support that, a document is not enough. So there are a dedicated team of climate adaptation officers in each locality and climate action regional offices that provide support, training, and they run awareness campaigns on climate adaptation. So why does it work? Just finished on my point. So the government really recognized the importance of training and capacity for the success of the strategy. As a result, there's been very high attendance to webinars with thousands of participants. There are training courses with modules that are tailored to different sectors and professions. And there are also projects, construction projects in practice that really provide a proof of concept that these solutions work. So there are an array of solutions that really help build integration of NBS. So I wanted to talk about another project that is called Life Artisan. So it's running until next year, and it's in France. And this project it's really focusing on capacity building, and it's really impressing the amount of training modules and capacity building activities they took. They created trainings for regional authorities, webinars, mock trainings to universities. So, and they also created a lot of resources freely available online, dedicated to authorities and how to integrate NBS into specific regional strategy and planning instruments. And they also have pilot sites to demonstrate how powerful NBS can be. So now I wanted to talk about how network nature contributes to education and training, because we all also trying to build capacity. And I will talk here about policy engagement, and as it's the topic of the presentation, so I will not go through all of the activities of the projects on capacity building, because there are many activities and a bit wider than what I will present now. So one of our tasks in the project is organizing science policy events based on the policy agenda. So we identify pressing issues on NHU-based solutions, and we try to cover our 6 policy themes. So I'm just going to present how we organize these science policy events. So on the screen, you can see one of the activities that we organizing on the science policy events. So this is an activity we organized with researchers on the topic of NBS and sustainable food system in February this year. And this was the first part, or a preparatory phase for a real real physical science policy events. So we asked researchers, researchers representing NBS projects on food systems, to assess their outputs. So in that case, outputs that allow the assessment of public goods or, for example, the impact of sustainable food systems. And we asked them to rate them according to their relevance to NBS and trying to ask the kind of challenge they solve. So in this activity, we went a bit further and we asked them to reflect on the policy implications. So where does the output and the challenge they are trying to facilitate is connected to policy? And if we asked them if they have any policy recommendations. And this helped us to prepare the physical event. So for example, one researcher was developing online tools to monitor soil health for farmers, and they also provide support for them to implement it. And the policy challenge identified was that policies do not necessarily facilitate technological literacy, and there is often no capacity building for farmers to use these tools. So it creates a risk of digital exclusion. So during the physical event, where you can see the pictures on the next slides, we gathered scientists and policymakers, and we reflected on these identified policy barriers and recommendations. So following the same structures, we asked policymakers so some of the challenge in implementing the tools, and also ask them to provide some policy solutions or recommendations on how to solve these challenges. And this really helped us connect research findings to how policymakers can address these issues. And we really noticed there were really interesting discussions with varying perspectives on the topic. So this is where I think the impact is really, really great. And the picture on the right is from a workshop we organized last year on climate resilience, also gathering scientists and policymakers. And we have one other events planned later this year. So just to present just the last kind of activity we do. I think there was another slide. If you can go back.
Yes, I think we're running a little bit over time, and thank you very much, Laure. But this was a beautiful segue into our panel discussion because we're going to discuss policy and with practitioners a little bit more depth, and we thought it was very important. But we're very well aware of the great work that Network Nature is doing. Everything can be found on the website. I believe a lot of information can be found on the website.
Yes, and there will be a specific policy resources tab for policymakers that's in construction. So in the next few months, you will have tailored resources accessible for policymakers. So stay tuned.
Great, thank you very much. And I think it's important to remember that policymakers are nothing but former students who didn't have nature-based solutions into their training. So they need to be trained as well on nature-based solutions. And that's the opportunity for us to move to a discussion with policymakers. So thank you very much, Laure. We will now welcome Rika Kovac. She's project manager of NBS for Local at the Hungarian Ministry of Rural and Urban Development. And you will be hosting 3 panelists to discuss integrating NBS into education and teacher training policy. You will host Ingela Bercio, adjunct senior lecturer at the Department of Physics at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, Charme Pilwisink-Nurkua, specialist in nature-based urban development and capacity building at the Institute for Housing and Urban Development Study in the Netherlands, and Leon Jurczyk, Senior Advisor for International Cooperation in the Croatian Education and Teacher Training Agency. Welcome all. Welcome, Reka. Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eddie, for the introduction. Welcome everyone from my side as well, here from Budapest, Hungary. I am very excited to be here and to hear also from the panelists after this great presentation that we heard from Laura Lu. I think we really received a wonderful overall summary of the challenges that policymakers face right now regards to NBS integration into policies, be it the policy gap that we all face or the lack of awareness regarding nature-based solutions at the policy level. But we also heard that there are also many great good practices all around Europe and all around the world. So we have these good practices, but I think right now we can say that these good practices are at a pilot level. So there are fragmented good practices. So my first question to the panelists today would be, in your view, what do you think? What is the most important change that we need in order to help nature-based solutions move from these fragmented individual projects into mainstream policy? So if any of you would like to have the first reflection.
Thank you, Rika, for the question. That is a very important question, of course. And I think based on the work that we do at the Institute in Erasmus University, Rotterdam, also working with a lot of Horizon Europe, actually, research and innovation projects on nature-based solutions. I think the biggest paradigm shift that is needed is to moving from NBS, from being treated as pilot environmental projects, towards becoming part of a really core logic of public planning, budgeting, and investment systems. So I think the most important change is institutional integration. And if you heard from Laura a while ago, there's a lot of silos right now. And too often NBS is still treated as innovative side projects, something experimental, temporary, or externally funded in that case. So in our case, there's for the last 10, 15 years, there has been a huge amount of research and innovation projects being funded by Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, and these are all so far demonstrating how nature-based solutions work. But if we want NBS to become mainstream and institutionalized, they need to be embedded into the everyday systems of governance, spatial planning, infrastructure investment, housing policy and management, and disaster risk reduction and public finance, I think. And the challenge is no longer that we need to prove that NBS work, because there's a lot of evidence out there. There's so much research being done, and have you seen already also from the previous presentation from Laura, there's a lot of work being done by the EU in that level. So right at this very moment, I think it needs changing of procurement systems, incentives, budgeting frameworks, and decision-making cultures, so that public administrators see NBS not as an optional environmental enhancement, but really as an essential infrastructure for resilience, health, long-term urban sustainability. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ingela, what do you think?
Well, I can continue with your great start there, Charmin, because I think we need to talk curriculum and we need to talk time. And if we just dive into those two perspectives more, when we have a curriculum, we have also a plan for both teacher education and teachers and schools to follow it. And if we are not in the curriculum, then we are not planned for. So I do think that the curriculum is is really important to be part of. And that's what we are doing. We are especially right now, in the time of revising our curricula, both for students, pupils, and for teacher education at the same time, actually. So it's a time for opportunities to show it in different ways, how it can be done, actually. And if we talk about the other issue, it's about time. If teachers don't have time to plan, to work with surrounding society or to work with each other, different subjects. I mean, this is an interdisciplinary subject. So when we talk about nature-based solutions, so we need to make sure that that time is really something to care for. So those two issues are my main, the things I think about almost every day. How can we do something about the curriculum? How can we do something about time?
Yes, also the time consideration is very much important in regards to this. Leon, would you like to continue?
Yes, so thank you, and I would like to thank everyone contributing before me. I agree completely with both of you, and I would like to add from our case, from our perspective. Our rural schools have very good implementation of NBS into teaching, and they have the chance, they have the opportunity to do it. It's not such a good case with our urban schools, but once our pupils leave the educational system and go into professional work and come to the side of being policymakers and decision makers, that connection somehow gets lost. So I will go back to the topic of the change needed to help the NBS move from individual projects into policy making. Since okay, like we do work on it in schools, but it gets lost along the way because, like as Sharmi mentioned, it gets lost because other things get prioritized better. And I really feel that your idea of pushing it more into the public procurement side would actually do wonders, because if it's not prescribed, then it's not going to be done. So basically, first of all, the further development of NBS awareness through curricula, and then implementation via, let's say, I wouldn't say forcing, but suggesting that the NBS solutions in procurement can work wonders if we really, really want to do it. Because yes, the funds exist; they are underutilized, as we heard from Lou. But the point is, we have to find a way to force people to really start doing it, because even we who are more on the curricular side of things, we see that even though it's there, it gets lost after leaving school and when we come to the policy making. So yes, to move from individual projects into mainstream policy, there has to be some kind of leverage that pushes it not just within this compartment, but through the whole procurement system. This would be, I think, a really, really good solution.
Thank you very much. You have all mentioned some very important points. And also reflecting back to Loralu's presentation, we have heard about many great approaches, many great good practices. So in your experience, can you mention some educational approaches or some good practices that you think can actually help the most for policymakers to understand and trust nature-based solutions and actually apply them in practice?
I will cut in first here. Anything that makes them experience this hands-on, because we can do presentations, we can do roundtables as much as we want, but we know that when it comes to really realizing the potential, like I'm sure that Ingela here will, as a fellow physicist, also understand that you can't make people understand something if they haven't seen it with their own eyes, if they haven't touched it and experienced it. The best educational approach for helping policymakers and administrators understand is to expose them to nature-based solutions and to show them that those work, that they are not just some projects that were on paper somewhere, but to lead them, make them see, make them realize it, either through some educational visits or through workshops that are organized for them in spaces that are NBS inspired or completely designed through the NBS, with the NBS in mind.
Yeah, and then I think I'm just gonna add what Leon said. At IHS, we do a lot of executive courses for policymakers, actually, and not only within Europe, but really our coverage are also in Asia, Africa, and what we really see that works best is of course experiential, indeed. Practice-oriented, more interdisciplinarity learning that works best. So what we do, based on my experience, also managing these courses, executive courses, is that policymakers don't actually build trust by thinking of what nature-based solutions are, but they really build trust when they can connect these concepts to real governance challenges. How does it work in reality? And the most effective for us educational approaches is really looking into case-based learning, scenario exercises. We do a lot of gamifications, actually, like they do play the city game, giving them a real challenge, and then from their own perspectives, actually, and introducing some circularity and nature-based solutions ideas that they actually really solve the problem. And that thing, I think, is really and of course, after those kinds of scenario-based, that we really show them also how it looks in practice. So it's really field visits. So a lot of policymakers, actually, that we attended our capacity building and executive courses. We usually bring them to Amsterdam and Rotterdam and Utrecht, and showing how, for example, river restoration looks like, using different kinds of nature-based solutions, and also letting them talk to the managers and to the policymakers. That dialogue, with also learning from the municipality of Rotterdam, for example, or the municipality of Utrecht and Amsterdam, that actually provides a better understanding and trust that, oh, nature-based solutions work. So I think that is the most, for us, really good practice that we can say that works best when you teach public officials or policymakers.
Yeah, I totally agree about the power of good practice. And in order to make that happen, I mean, to implement the good practice, we can go back to teacher education as well and look how many hours a week does a student teacher get with a guided instruction or guided some kind of assistance from teacher educators. And we have a number of about 4 to 8 hours a week. So mainly, if teacher education could have something actually useful changes, it would be to have more hours a week that's guided. Otherwise, it's a self-study to become a teacher. And that's one of the things that we can also see, that we have a lot of expectations of what educational system can do. What can the school do? What can young people? And there's a lot of expectations. And one of the reasons is that it's a place where everyone comes. I mean, they are there every day. but that also means that we have a crowded curriculum. There's a lot of things going on at the same time, and a lot of expectations at the same time. So we need to help. Help the practitioners to really be able to implement all the great ideas and all the great examples that are everywhere. And for instance, if we take this NBS Academy where teachers and teacher educators can meet, then they can share ideas with each other. But it's a slow process. I mean, the first phase is to first know each other and compare educational systems between different countries and so forth. And then we come to the part where we share ideas and how to change things. So we have to be patient because this takes years. So we have to be able to withhold and really not stop and think, I mean, it's just a project for 1 or 2 years. No, it's not. It takes several years.
I would like to react to what Engela said. I totally, of course, agree that it takes time and it takes, but I think also integrating nature-based solutions and in capacity building and in education and training also depends, of course, on the target group, right? So if we are talking about, of course, primary and middle school and etc., they will have a different approach. And I could imagine that, of course, with the NBS Academy, you did develop different kinds of tools on how to integrate this. But from our experience, when it comes to having professionals and policymakers, that is a totally different approach of really making nature-based, sharing that nature-based solutions is not just a concept, but really an operationalization of that in context and how they actually solve that one in cities where you have a lack of funding, you don't have lots of human capacities. How do you actually address these challenges in your own city? So I think that's also a change in terms of an approach and how you actually do it, depending on the target audience, of course, of your education.
Thank you very much. So I think the main point that we can take from what you said, that we really need a practical approach. So the most effective learning can be through actually seeing the nature-based solutions, through peer reviews or demonstration sites that actually help also policymakers to understand what these solutions are, learn from the local experts who have experience with the nature-based solutions, and then they can understand more and learn from their experience and then try to go forward for a more systematic integration of nature-based solutions. So looking into the future a little bit, if you could change one thing in how we educate future policymakers and public administrators to better support climate resilience and also the integration of NBS, what would that change be? How would you shape the course of this and why?
I have a top 3 list at least, and without doubt, the most important part is to be more research informed. To the research that already is presented and the one in progress, and most of all the one we are planning for. That research-informed decisions are so important. So I would say that that's the most important part. And on the second place, I would say that if we could wish, you also could see that we could have more communication between different stakeholders, and those kind of arenas should be built into the everyday workload for all of us, because that kind of, if we are to avoid the silos, then we need to communicate between the silos. And my third list is actually, it's almost the same as the second, but it's interdisciplinarity. We are sometimes so stuck within our disciplines that we need to see we have so much synergy to be able to find if we just collaborate more. But I come back to the time perspective all the time, because this takes time, and the effectiveness is sometimes our enemy in that case, because then we are always trying to cut time, but we need more time. So that's my 3 points.
So I will focus on one thing that I feel is the most important. The policymakers and public administrators come from diverse backgrounds, and they have not necessarily been introduced to the NBS and many other concepts that are really important once you get into this part of your professional work. The idea would be not just for MBS, but for them as informed decision makers to introduce courses that would be either obligatory or elective for them once they enter this professional sphere, to get informed about these concepts, about these ideas, not necessarily just about the NBS, but also some other solutions and some other interdisciplinary things that are not necessarily covered by their initial education or during their professional work prior to entering the public sphere. So basically, how to educate them, offer them something structured to get them introduced with the NBS, to get them introduced with that side of of decision making, and then let them decide if because that way we will get, on one hand, we will not get 100% participation, but at least those who choose the electives, those who choose the opportunity to get introduced to those topics, are already the seed towards building the community of policymakers who think in that way and can then work in the right, as we feel, in the right direction with incorporating the NBS in public life.
Yeah, and I think I will. I totally agree with Engla and of course Leon. And maybe just to add, what I think, if I could change one thing, I want to actually change more things. But if I could change one thing, maybe teach future policymakers, and not just future policy makers, but the current policymakers now, to think systematically and long term instead of really sectoral and reactive. And that's how actually most of our public administrators and policymakers are doing right now. There is a problem and you react to it rather than really looking at it in a strategic way. And I think future policymakers need to understand that climate resilience and the global planetary crisis that we are right now is not only an environmental issue. It is fundamentally connected to housing, infrastructure, public health, flood governance, and are really deeply interconnected. And so the future public administrators and I think the future policymakers must not be only a policy manager, but also a systems thinker, a facilitator, a resilience strategist. So, and for that, to achieve that kind of the ideal policymaker that we want, I think we educators and who are in the education and and training area, we should focus, I think, much stronger on collaborative problem solving, long-term resilience thinking, and ability to work across institutions and sectors. Indeed, that's what Enge said, interdisciplinarity, and really trying to integrate these learnings in a systematic way. I think that's my one piece.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Inga Lawalang, would you like to respond or reflect?
Well, one thing would be about, I mean, it's sometimes a question about following the money. And it all comes to economy in the end. So we need to also show it's beneficial in that sense.
Yeah, the only comment that I have is like that it's understandable for them to be reactive, since in most cases policymakers are elected to their positions within one cycle. So they are also leveraging on one side things that are things that are long-term sustainable, and on the other something that will help them stay in the position that they are. So basically, it's always it's our job, who are not in the electoral cycle. It is our job to try to push them towards the NBS and towards the sustainability, to push their decision making to be more in line with the societal long term needs, and not just what is financially incentivized or electorally incentivized. So this is a always interesting interplay for us who are looking and working towards long-term solutions that are not necessarily the cheapest or the most, let's say, popular with the general public in that moment, but the public sometimes sees things in the long run that is more beneficial for them, but not in the first. So this is the interplay that we have to work within, and educate the policymakers and educate the decision makers, and educate our colleagues who are not from the NBS to understand where our ideas are coming from and why is it important in the long run.
I would like to add a little bit of a reflection as well, because I felt like also we are talking about how we will educate the policymakers of the future and etc. And I felt like why we, right? It's not like I totally agree, Leon. We can be like, it's our job, but it's also like everyone's job, right? And I felt like for policymakers, we assume that they don't know. And sometimes we say, oh, lack of knowledge, and based on these interviews and etc. But also I've worked with a lot of, like right now in the current project that we have, a Horizon Europe project, which is demonstrating nature-based solutions in the rural areas in Greece and in Cyprus, in Finland and in UK. And I've met this mayor in Athino in Cyprus, Mayor Kyriakos, and he's very passionate about addressing really real challenges. And he does maybe it sounds like it's there is an intrinsic knowledge on what nature can actually do, because they live in an island. They have been working, they have a relationship with nature every day. And even though we say, well, maybe that there's a lack of knowledge, but it's also like maybe from the educator side that I might well, that ego that we say, well, we know more than them. But I think we also need to realize that there are intrinsic knowledge, there are local knowledges, and even these policymakers know actually what works and what does not work. and we have to also value these kinds of traditional knowledge. And what I think our role would be is to actually nurture and strengthen these kinds of intrinsic knowledge from these policymakers, because indeed, you said their times in the politics is not so long, and I think inspiring them and showing them that nature-based solutions actually work, or something, and maybe we don't need to use the word nature-based solutions, because for some in Greece and in Cyprus, they have been working on nature-based solutions a century ago. But the scholars, we made a name that actually covers all of these solutions, and we say these are nature-based solutions. So I think that's just a point that I wanted to share, actually, that sometimes we also need to just value the intrinsic knowledge that local policymakers have already. Yeah.
In that regard, I completely agree with you, and I would just like to even stress it a bit more. These policymakers that already think through NBS, we should cherish them, and we should support them, and we should use them as good examples of good practice, and include them as much as we can, to show not just to other policymakers, but also to their local communities, that they are respected and well supported and well regarded because of this. So yes, I completely agree with you.
Thank you very much. I think this is a great final message from this panel, that there are already several mayors all around the world who have nature-based solutions. Maybe they don't even call them nature-based solutions, as Sharmi said, but these solutions are there, and we need to learn from them and use them as demonstration sites, so that the local and regional mayors and policymakers can actually study and learn from these solutions, and then we can take the step toward policy integration. So from my side, thank you very much to all three of you for your wonderful reflections. I have learned a lot from you, and thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you for hosting us.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Reka, for moderating this discussion. Thank you to our three panelists, Ingela, Charme, and Leon, for sharing your thoughts and perspectives and ideas. What do we want? We want nature-based solutions. When do we want them? Now. And how do we get them? Well, surprise, surprise, by educating policymakers, just like we educate teacher trainers and we educate students. So I think that's a nice way of rounding up the morning conference. Thank you also again to Lorlu for sharing insights on network nature. Before that, we have shared and we continue sharing interesting resources from Network Nature in the chat. So it's now time for lunch break to go and put some power back in those brains before we move on to the afternoon session. This afternoon we'll start again at 1 o'clock. And we will move into synergies. We will explore how collaboration can really strengthen EU-funded projects and initiatives like Nature-Based Solutions Academy. Thank you very much. I'm Eddie Grenmeyer, and I will be back at 1 o'clock on the dot. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are back for this afternoon for the final conference of the NBS Academy project, an EU-funded project that focused on bringing nature-based solutions into teacher training and teacher education so that they would be comfortable and confident bringing it to their students later on. I'm Eddie Grandmeyer, and I will continue being your host for the afternoon. So I hope everybody had a good break, maybe even had a chance to go outside a little and enjoy nature. Fingers crossed you did. I know I did. And that was glorious. So we're going to move into the business of this afternoon. So we're going to do a few things together. First, we're going to explore synergies because the project has been building a lot of those. Then we will look into research. And finally, we will look to the future. So without further ado, let's get into synergy. So I will be your host for this session as well. And I will welcome 3 speakers from 3 projects, EU-funded initiatives or other projects who have been building synergies and working closely with NBS Academy, among which Scientix, which is also co-organizing this event today. So before I go there, just a quick reminder, if you do want a certificate for attending this session or this event, do make sure to sign the signature list that's available in the chat so that we can send you a certificate later on. Right, so synergies. What are those? It's a very, very fancy buzzword that we use a lot and that we hear a lot. And we're here today to discuss how to make them meaningful. What's a synergy? Well, if we look at the Cambridge Dictionary, it describes that as the combined power of a group of things when they are working together that is greater than the total power achieved by each other working separately. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, simply, it means what happens when 2 + 2 is not equal 4, but it's equal 5. By working together, we can achieve greater things. It's very simple. It sounds amazing, but it's easier said than done. And we're going to explore today how the project has been trying, how NBS Academy has been trying to achieve that through the course of its life cycle. Synergies are a big part of European research and innovation. It is something that is built into a lot of EU-funded projects for the benefits that we know. How did the project approach it? Well, it aimed to enhance the impact and the sustainability of the initiative through international collaboration with different organizations, with networks, with initiatives that were focused and dedicated on research, public engagement, and education on nature-based solutions and sustainable development. Put simply, it worked on collaborating on dissemination and exchanging with each other on outputs and resources, making sure that each project would get widespread visibility. And more importantly, it focused on exchange of expertise and exchange of practice, making sure that each project could learn from each other to do better together. So here I've just put a few of, or actually pretty much most of them, the NBS Academy synergies that have been built by the project. So you can see that there are a wide range of organization, local and national governments, other EU-funded initiatives, local organizations, university researchers, you name it. The synergies were widespread and very, very broad to make sure that the impact of the NBS Academy was as well impactful as possible. So I think they did well, and we're here to explore how they did it so well. And I'm going to welcome 3 speakers today. We're going to start with my close colleague, Dr. Raquel Scarpa. Hi, Raquel. How are you doing?
Hi, hello, everyone.
Raquel is the policy coordinator and pedagogical designer at European SchoolNet, so the same organization we work for together. She works closely with the Ministries of Education STEM Working Group representatives, and she coordinates the Scientix Ambassadors panel that involves more than 1,400 educators across Europe. And Raquel today is going to talk to us about the power of designed synergies. So Raquel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you so much for this kind introduction. I want to thank NBS Academy and the Scientix for inviting me to speak in this panel with my fellow panelists today, and Catherine and Lucas. Well, my role in our Synergies panel is to offer a reflection on the power of design synergies using the Scientix as a lens for my analysis. So let me start with a small confession. Synergies is a word that has been worn smooth by overuse. We sprinkle the word synergies, it's across project descriptions, we sprinkle it as we do with innovative or with stakeholder-centered. And that should worry us, because when synergies become a slogan, it stops being a strategy. The most expensive thing that a project can do is treat synergies tokenistically, a logo on a slide or polite mention on a deliverable, and everyone then carries on in parallel. That is not synergy, that is choreography or representation. So in the next few minutes, I want to make a different case that for STEM education and especially for nature-based solutions, real synergies are not decorative. They are the mechanism by which any of these things scale. So to open this idea, I want to share with you some of our strategic architecture. But more importantly, in the context of this session, I want to show you how these spaces in between are actual trace evidence of where synergy opportunities lies for us. So as you can see in this slide, our portfolio includes 5 interconnected areas or strategic areas, which are aligned with EU priorities, the Sustainable Developmental Goals, and emerging global needs. The slide is showing you the 5 interconnected areas which are included in the portfolio of our Science Education Department. But you can also see in the slide within each strategic area some examples of initiatives and projects. So I'm going to use, with that idea of spaces in between, I'm going to use as an example NBS Academy that you can see in the center of the slide here. So it is housed within in this slide, in this representation, within the contextualizing STEM environmental sustainability strategic area. However, when you start looking at it, you can see the interconnectivity within this larger ecosystem. That is, for example, NBS Academy here is also a boundary spanner into integrated STEM, connecting STEM subjects, and even maybe also into contextualizing STEM, culture and society, if you think of systems thinking, which is one of the most impactful attributes of NBS education. So moving on to my next thought, a quick word about Scientix, because the name can also sound only as a single project, and it is not. So a brief introduction for those who are joining us today in this session and might not be familiar with Scientix. So Scientix is a leading science education community in Europe, and it's coordinated by European SchoolNet with more than 30 ministries of education behind it. It has been running since 2010, and what I would like you to take away in the context of this session is its anatomy. Because if we think of Scientix from a synergies lens, Scientix is actually an interlocking set of components. So on this slide here, you see several of those components, some examples. This Scientix Ambassadors panel, which is a community of over 1,400 teachers and educators spread out in 50 countries. You also see there the representatives of over 24 ministries of education. You see the over 4,000 resources in a repository, the Scientix collections, the STEM school label. So within this anatomy, what you have is that, my point is that none of these components in isolation is unique. What is unusual is that they were designed to work as a system. So I'm going to show you now an example of what do I mean in practice? How would that look like in practice? So imagine a teacher that first meets Scientix or comes through Scientix through the Scientix collections, which is a curated set of resources mapped across 3 different frameworks, the Green Comp, Dig Comp, and Life Comp, as well as cross-referenced with the STEM school label criteria. So already there you have 3 competence frameworks, which are usually live in separate silos, and they are brought together inside that single teaching artifact. So in this example, the next step of the story would be that, imagine then that that teacher's school then uses those Scientix collections, those collections as evidence in that school STEM school label application, turning that what was originally an individual classroom practice into a whole school recognition. The next stage in this story would be that, imagine then that labeled schools, such as that of my story, join in a community of practice. And then through the Scientix Ministries of Education STEM Working Group, that community connects to policy. And industry enters through the STEM Alliance and gives input on what, for example, could be the next collections, what they could look like. And you have then the cycle. Scientix ambassadors then carry the work into national context and different languages. And finally, the STEM Discovery Campaign amplifies all of this across a shared moment in a year. So as the top of that slide is saying, it's not that any one of these components is the answer. The point is that each one is a hinge. A collection becomes more than a set of PDFs because the label and the community of practice and the Ministries of Education dialogue and the Scientix ambassadors are waiting on the other side of it. So that is what Synergy actually is. It's not a logo on a slide, but it's a pathway that does not end where one project's funding ends. But then my question to you is, why does this matter for nature-based solutions? And my perspective is everything, because nature-based solutions are by its own definition a systems problem. The European Commission's own definition framing NBS and nature-based solutions as solutions inspired and supported by nature that simultaneously deliver environmental, social, and economic benefits is in itself a synergy statement. You cannot teach NBS well through a single subject or in a single classroom with a single resource. For example, it would demand biology talking to geography, or schools talking to local councils, early childhood education and care talking to primary education, research institutes talking to teacher trainers, and ministries clarifying what NBS is and is not, so that pupils then don't default into recycling when they hear the word sustainability. That is exactly the type of complex interdisciplinary content that fragments under a conventional delivery, but it can flourish in an ecosystem. And this is the same mechanism that Scientix uses. So it focuses on one urgent topics, which it becomes, the work we do then becomes the synergies are designed in it and not bolted on it. So I want to be really direct about this, what the alternative is, before I show you my closing statement. The alternative is that tokenistic synergies are not cost-free. They cost teacher time, which has been actually a thread in today's conference, but also many ministries have told us teacher time is the binding constraint behind every other constraint. Resources that do not save teachers time will not reach classrooms, however well designed and with well intention they may be. So tokenistic synergies cost credibility as well, because educators see right through them quickly. And tokenistic synergies cost future policy attention, because if synergy comes to mean, what we mention in each other's report, ministries and funders will, rightly so, stop believing the word. So I want to close with this invitation. Treat synergy as a design choice and not a bonus. Before asking what a new initiative adds, ask what it connects to. For example, does it connect to the scientific collections, to the STEM school label, to the community of practice, to a ministry priority, to a place? The pieces of a systemic answer to Europe's STEM and sustainability challenges already exist. The work ahead is less about building and it's more about joining. And joining by its nature is a shared endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raquel. You can feel the passion. Scientix is, if nothing else, a big synergy. It is the place where synergies happen, where the magic happens. And so it's a second nature. It runs in our blood, synergistic work. Don't go too far. We'll bring you back later on for a little discussion, a little panel. But right now we're going to move to our next speaker, Lucas Weinberg. Hi, Lucas. You're a PhD candidate and project manager at the University of Innsbruck, Department of Subject-Specific Education. You've been acting as project manager for the LOES project, where you promote soil health literacy in Austria. And together with your colleagues, you have developed the blueprint to support educators in integrating soil health into their teaching. So you're going to tell us a little bit about the project, the LOES initiative, and give us some insights.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you to everyone who is participating in this event. I'm really happy to be here. And I want to provide you some insights into the LOES project, which runs for 3 years now. And we are quite happy about the fact that we have 6 months left to present all the work we've done in the last 6 years. So LOES is about soil education, as Eddie already mentioned, about bringing soil literacy to the European Union. And why soil? Soil plays a crucial role in mitigating and adapting to climate change. But it's not just soil, we do need healthy soil. But because only healthy soil has the ability to mitigate and to adapt to climate change. It's about landslides, it's about floods, and only healthy soil can prevent those aspects which are related closely to climate change. Nevertheless, it is imperative for individuals to comprehend the impact of healthy soils on human life. So we need to know as society how to treat soil and how to make soil healthy again, so that we can live and use and have a synergy within soil and our society to also live healthy as the soil does. But the LOES project and the idea of the LOES project emerged from the aspect that current educational systems in Europe exhibit substantial deficiencies in soil-related education. In the LOES project, we started, which you can see on the next slide, we started in a big consortium with 20 partners from 16 European countries. And we have university partners as well as science shops all over Europe, from Spain to Sweden and the other side around. And within those countries, we installed communities of practice. A community of practice is made up of people who are interested to work on a topic, to work on a specific topic, and to work together for a better future. And the LÖS project improves this collective understanding of the importance of healthy soils by first mapping the resources that are existent. So in all of the countries, we did some research on existing literature, on existing materials, and we therefore identified needs. And with those needs, we created different outputs, which I present you shortly in just a list on one of the next slides. But I want to show you now. Some results of the Austrian data, so that you have a short insight about the results, or the first results, and why we brought this project on stage. So we had interviews with teacher educators, we had interviews with a lot of lecturers, or like some lecturers, and also with students. And the answers we received was that soil itself is mainly taught as a rather fragmented topic within a big curriculum. So it is existent in some subjects, but it is always taught as rather fragmented and not as standalone topic. And there are a lot of educators who wish to have the soil in a more foreground position. And some teacher, mainly from lower secondary and also primary schools, they were not sure if soil and the soil biology is taught at all, or if it's just part of teaching about forest, part of teaching about agriculture, and then seeing soil as a more economic aspect. So these are all things we want to integrate in the materials we produced afterwards. And with the current content, the educators also spoke about some challenges they are facing when teaching about soil topics. So it starts with the uncertainty about teaching the topic of soil because they didn't learn it themselves. So they don't feel comfortable to speak about soil and soil health education at all. And this goes along with a lack of training possibilities, and also the problem that they don't find existing materials. So we tried to have a lot of different materials which can be found on the LÖS website. I will provide the link soon, to look it up within a toolkit. And we produced not only materials for the school, but we did for general public, we did it for diverse educators, and also we tried to bring our learnings to a wider public and also to the policymakers. So in Austria, for example, we reached the goal or the objective that with our work, the topic of soil health is getting closer to become an important part of Austrian curriculum in the near future. So just to show you shortly a list of outputs we have, you can find them all on the website. I will post the link into the chat later on. You can see all the different things, from creating an app, an AR app, which can be used in wider public, but also with educators and in school, crowd mapping tool to look out for unhealthy soils, and a glossary to look up different definitions, and so on and so on and so on. Yeah, so thank you. If you're interested, all the national partners are for sure open for collaboration for synergies, and you can contact them on with their website to become partner or become a member of the national COP community of practices in those countries.
Thank you so much, Lucas, for this overview of the LOAS initiative, the one and only project that helps your children get their hands dirty. And that's pretty cool. I don't think any student will ever have a problem with that. And it's been quite amazing to look at this project, build all these different resources, and it's really creating a continuum in the learning experience. It's in the classroom, it's in the public, it's there. And of course, it's for policymakers as well, as we've seen before. Once more, Lucas, don't go too far. You'll come back a little bit later. We will go to a third speaker now, Anne-Catherine Fender. Hi, Anne-Catherine. You're Managing Director of the Center for Biodiversity and Integrative Taxonomy in Stuttgart. And your focus is on connecting scientific research with practical application and with policy development, and advancing higher education to address emerging challenges in biodiversity by developing nature-based solutions. So that seems pretty much on point with the topic we have today. So you're going to talk about nature-based solutions for biodiversity in higher education through the lens of the Enables project. So Anne-Catherine, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Eddie. Thanks for the invite and being here with you today. I think it's really extremely matching, as NBS Academy and Enables are kind of sister projects, but I will not speak that much about our own project. Additionally, I want to speak about the Task Force 5 we are leading recently, which is on education in general. And next slide, please. The Enables project is, as mentioned, on higher education. And this means in this context, not just the academic sphere, it means as well the technical and vocational training and education institutions that are included in our project as well. So we are 11 entities from 8 European countries. And we have in total 45 people involved at the moment in our project. So it's really amazing to be the coordinator of such a big initiative. Next slide, please. We will do some similar things than the NBS Academy things. I think we have learned today already that there are living labs as well. And we developed some materials for education. We obviously will put our materials as well on some open access platforms. So I'm really looking forward as well to exchange with Lucas from LÖS, because obviously there will be a lot of overlaps and interesting ideas to exchange about. And we are thinking in our project on how to implement nature-based solutions into university curricula, not only for teachers in our case, but as well for other students. So this means we have a big challenge on how to bring this broad stakeholder group of students, so not just teachers, but as well professionals that will implement nature-based solutions later on in the nature conservation sector or in enterprises. How can we teach them to the nature-based solutions activities? Beside that, as mentioned, I'm at the moment the co-lead of the Task Force 5 from Network Nature on education, where we try to find synergies between all the educational projects in the Horizon Europe sector at the moment. And this is something, obviously, I can here invite all of you to be part of. We are meeting every second month regularly. at the moment, and we're running an initiative I want to promote here in this context, as I hope to get a lot of input and exchange about. Especially Lucas, from your side, I can imagine that it might be interesting to exchange on this as well. We are collecting at the moment open educational resources on nature-based solutions, mainly on higher education, but we are focusing as well on other educational level, as we think it's often not just the materials cannot just be used from one point of view, but you can use it for several reasons. So yes, if you have interest or want to join us, please stay in contact. I think you can see here the QR codes to get information about the Enables project and our initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Catherine, for sharing with us the Enables insights into the Enables project, and importantly, the Task Force 5. So Task Force 5 is a synergy in action. It is what happens when projects come together, share, exchange, and learn from each other. So let's bring back our three speakers. And we'll just have a little chat about synergies to try and explore a little bit what it means to create a real synergy. Because as Raquel has beautifully highlighted, it's a nice buzzword. It sounds great, but how do you not make them tokenistic? How do you make them meaningful collaboration and avoid them being tokenistic? So perhaps one of you would like to take the lead of this if you feel inspired. Otherwise, I will be the teacher and call. Okay, Lucas, here you go.
I don't want to be like the lead, but I can start to give an answer. So I think the most important thing is to get into doing, to get into action. So if you have a synergy and if you have like a contact with each other, I think the most important thing is to do something, to merge like the learnings, to merge the ideas, and to get into working. And when you're getting into working, you can present results and you get results, and it keeps on going, and you find additional partner and so on. And I think this is like can become a wave which keeps on rolling. So I think that could be the most important aspect.
Thank you, Lucas. Anne-Catherine, maybe, do you have advice on building strong synergies, as particularly like with the Task Force 5 must be quite the thing you do?
Yeah, I just can add on what Lucas said, as I experienced that it's really important to have concrete, overseeable aims together. And really, this is why we decided to do this open educational resource collection. It's really something where everybody can fill in without any deeper knowledge, without a lot of time, which has to be taken into such a task, because it's something like a citizen science initiative, I've thought, because it's not necessary to really have written or have seen all the information in the materials, but just know that they are there. And I think the knowledge on such things is really broad in such a big network like it is, for example, Network Nature, or here in this NBS Academy. It's really amazing to see how many partners are involved, and obviously as well in the LÖS project and Scientix. Definitely you have a lot of contacts, I imagine, to not just your own network, but as well to the people who put content into your Scientix platform. So it's really great to see, and I can imagine that this is really the way how we can use such synergies for the best.
Yeah, I'd like to build on, if that's okay, Eddie, build on Anne-Catherine and Lucas's perspective of engagement, which I absolutely agree. So to referring to your question, and in our perspective, in my perspective, how do you turn synergies into a meaningful collaboration as opposed to a tokenistic? The test I would apply is quite simple. Does the synergy survive after closing the event or the project? Tokenistic synergies typically do not. So they live in deliverables only. They live in group photographs. They live in kick-off press releases, and they end when the budget ends. So meaningful collaboration, as the other panelists were saying, it looks different in my perspective in 3 very concrete ways. First, it shares a workflow. It's not just a logo. 2 projects actually feed into each other's actual production pipeline. The second thing is it shares an end user. Usually the teacher, sometimes the school leader, sometimes the policymaker, and that user can name both projects as part of the same experience. And the third is that it persists beyond the funding window. So because the connective tissue was built into a permanent structure, so a community of practice or a recognition scheme or a working group or a collection, it's like Scientix collections. In Scientix, the clearest example that I gave when I was speaking is how the Scientix collection to STEM school label pathway. So in a sense, what I'm saying is the synergy it can't be a memorandum of understanding. It's a teacher who tries one resource and ends up with a part of a recognized school. So if you build that pathway, the question of whether the synergy is tokenistic answers itself. That's my take on that question.
Thank you, Raquel. It's interesting because if I'm not mistaken, so you have mentioned, Raquel, working and collaborating on each other's output. And Lucas, if I'm not mistaken, the Lowest project has been working on building events and workshops with other projects on soil. Because soil is part of the EU mission. How has that been to work together with another project that had similar ambitions, very well aligned, in fact, in this case? And how easier has it been to have sort of the EU mission as a building block of it?
Thank you. I can speak especially for the Austrian context now, because right at the beginning of the project we had a big event taking place in Vienna where we got invited by the national funding agency, like several projects which are working together on the soil mission. So that was a very nice kickoff to see what all the others are doing. And the topic of soil health or soil health education in our case is a very broad one, even if it seems to be very narrow. But in our case, the LUST project, it focuses really on this education and the soil health education aspects. There are a lot of other projects where we can learn from. Projects on like more concrete on climate change, more concrete on water and soil and something like this, and we can learn from them. So when we were working on our learning materials, when we were learning on our for our events, we tried to connect to some colleagues. So the local climate change initiative in Austria, for example, is very closely connected to us, and they are more working together with the wider public. So we try to cover as well wider public for sure, but like they are more specific into wider public environments or events. Then we also collaborate with other projects who are more into soil science and not into soil health science. And so we all find our niche and we all see synergies that can be used or that should be used.
Great.
May I ask you something on this?
Yes, please. Go on.
Sure.
You see the options for synergies, but how is it with the realization? Because often the time is lacking, resources are lacking for these then.
Yeah, completely. So I would not say that we have contact with all the projects which were possible, but we have some, and we have some mainly local collaborations, local networks, where we, for example, had the chance to organize a soil event on Soil Health Day in December 2 years ago, or something like this. And then we invited all the other projects and had a wide variety of different programs and workshops for the public to come.
May I jump in, Eddie?
Sure.
I really liked how Anne-Catherine picked up on Lucas's example, because it ties to your question, Eddie, to us. It is, how do you bring together projects that focus on various aspects of environmental education, and how do you find that common ground and generate joint actions and strategies? And our perspective, or at least my perspective, is that common ground doesn't usually exist at the level of project objectives. What I mean by that is, two environmental education projects will write their objectives differently when they are doing the same work. Common ground appears one level down at the user. So what I mean by that is, both projects ultimately, both two example projects ultimately serve the same teacher, or serve the same school leader, serve the same ministry, and that shared user is the ground that we can actually stand on together. So in practice, I would say that there are two mechanisms that have worked well for us, for Scientix. The first one is shared frameworks. So if you get, for example, Green Comp, Dig Comp, Life Comp, the STEM school label criteria, when a project maps its outputs to those frameworks, it becomes legible to every other project that is doing something similar. The second mechanism that have worked for us is shared moments. So for example, in the April 2026 Scientist Ministry of Education STEM Working Group, we had 3 projects, BusTech EDU, NBS Academy, and the OUTS team, each presented in turn. And what sounded like 3 project pitches kind of turned out to be one conversation told 3 times. What I mean by that is, the joint action and the joint strategy do not come from forcing alignment on day one. They come from designing these moments in which alignment can emerge. And yeah, that's my contribution to that question, Eddie. Thank you so much for posing that one. Super interesting.
Thank you all 3 for jumping in and for talking to each other. It makes a much more lively, much more interesting conversation. You've all touched on a lot of things, not forcing things, finding those common grounds, finding your niche, and of course having this sort of joint framework, this common framework that enables all the different projects to collaborate and work with each other. But we're still talking about synergies as a general term. Like, how do you achieve them? How do you make them meaningful? But in your personal perspectives or individual perspectives, what's the most that a good synergy can achieve? So what can synergies really produce when projects come together? Does it enable better resources? Does it give any kind of leverage? Because we talked about policymakers and how different projects bring a different aspect of the topic into a joint conversation. Do you think, what can synergies do? Perhaps someone would like to answer first. Anne-Catherine, maybe?
So what I mentioned already is the broader knowledge you have in a synergy. So if you have a broader network, obviously all people bring in their own experiences, their own knowledge. And if you can bring this together, I think this is a great benefit from my point of view, and is bringing into your so the 2 plus 2 to 5 thing you've mentioned before the example. So this is what I think is the most important point, and the personal experience, I think, because obviously you meet with people, and this was a thought I had earlier when Raquel, you are speaking. It's about synergies between institutions, but if you think what remains is the personal experience and the personalities in each of the institutions when the project are ending. And so you can say, okay, the personal experience, the personal network will stay. But the question is, what will you do with this network then, obviously, because the network for the network itself is nothing where you can measure an impact or so. So this is then something additional.
May I?
Yes, sure.
I think it's a very good question, and also a very good answer from you, Katrin. I want to add that a broader network for me also brings a stronger voice. So when you were talking about like policy frameworks or bringing the ideas into the public or maybe into the policy, I think that a broader network and a strong synergy, brings a stronger voice. And in addition, I think a good synergy comes also with sustainability. So a synergy always should last beyond the project timeline. So this is something we already touched in the conversation before, but I think that should be the core of a good synergy, like the lasting cooperation, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, Eddie, that you posed to us. And I agree with Anne-Catherine and Lucas. I think the power, Anne-Catherine, of I'm very influenced by network analysis and network thinking. So the power of the connection as opposed to the power of the actors. So the network is made of actors and connections, right? Points and ties. And what actually makes something happen are the ties, or not the actors necessarily in themselves. I really loved how you brought this. I do agree that I think, Eddie, when you opened up today, as Katrin brought back, you already giving us why synergies. It's that amplification, the aggregated value that you would never achieve without it. However, I also do think that what Lucas brought is fundamental. If you have and think of even ecosystems thinking, if you think of ecosystem services within systems thinking, every time you have a network that is functional, that will change and learn into whatever the new need is. So the thing is, it is something that sustains beyond the original conception of it. And a huge powerful thing of synergies are the boundary spanners. I don't think we should take for granted how powerful it is that when we look at our networks, some of us stand in these links, these hinges of two different landscapes of practice, and the power that might have. For example, if we are what some of us might be, or some of the institutions that we connect with, might also be collaborating with other networks of health, or other networks, human health, or social justice, or economy, or land economy. So these boundary spanners, they only exist because they were included in a synergism of a network. So I think that the benefits of establishing healthy synergism are immense.
Thank you, Raquel. Thank you all three for reinforcing the point of what can good synergies do and amplify each other's work. Do you have any advice on platforms, tools, methodologies to conduct and to nurture good synergies? Like, do you have any particular advice? What works when doing a synergy? Is it meetings? Is it sharing documents? Is it the odd newsletter? Do you have any advice on building strong synergies? Perhaps if someone wants to take the answer. Otherwise, Anne-Catherine, I see you nodding, so perhaps
I have 2 points I can tell. The first one, I think, is that you motivate and to engage people that they are an important part of the network. So that you say, for example, we in our Task Force 5, we have built up a mailing list. It's not just a newsletter, but really a mailing list where they can all exchange between each other. So this is the one point, so that everybody can raise his voice independently, so that it's not just coordinated by us as Task Force 5 leaders. And I can imagine that this sometimes needs some support and to engage people so that they know that they can raise their voices at that point. And this is something additional I've experienced, that you need some kind of coordination. But the question if this has to be centralized, or how you can decentralize in such a network.
Thanks. That's an interesting point. In fact, decentralizing, you need some level of coordination, and then it kind of needs to take a life of its own and have a space where people can exchange with each other without going through the coordinator. And do you have experience, perhaps like Lucas or Raquel, about that, about like Synergies, kind of, different groups brought together who eventually start collaborating and forget about you and just move on with their lives and continue working, which is, I guess, what we want is that enables projects to continue afterwards. Do you have positive experiences with that or examples on it?
Yeah, I do. Lucas, do you want to go first? Should I?
No, please go first, Raquel. Thank you.
Okay, sure. I think the first one that comes to mind right now is NBS Academy. I'm thinking quickly. I do have two examples to give. So the first one, NBS Academy, because what we're seeing here is that nearly after 3 years, the project moved on from a community of practice of teachers and trainers into a landscape of practice, and now links ministries, Horizon experts, teacher networks, living labs, the NBS Education Task Force, and the network Nature. None of those connections was a separate piece of work. In a way, they were a synergy of the same work structured to scale. And I think the second example I can give is Bustic EDU and the Scientix collections. So if you think that the Scientix collection is a single sustainability in education program, and it's currently being piloted in 60 schools across 5 countries, grounded in Green Comp and aligned with Dig Comp and Life Comp and the STEM School Label criteria. So suddenly you had 4 frameworks doing the lifting that one project alone would never carry. So, I have a third example. I'll fit in quickly. So the third example is the STEM Discovery Campaign. So this year, the Scientix STEM Discovery Campaign reached over a million people. I'm not joking. It's 800,000 students and 200,000 teachers. Not because the campaign itself produced those activities, those more than 9,000 entries, but because the campaign was designed as a shared moment that other projects, other networks, other stakeholders could plug into. So the accomplishment is the same in each of these examples, is that the Synergies turn finite projects into an infrastructure that is therefore sustainable.
Thank you. Okay, Lucas, did you want to add something there?
Maybe quickly. Also 2 examples. So I was a few years ago, I was working in open schooling projects, and that was a really interesting approach. And we brought together interested community members and schools and us and experts, and we working together and trying to find ideas on how to build up a school garden, for example. And 5 years later now, the school garden is still running, and the school garden is running with interested community members and the school, and all the others had the possibility then to step back a little, but we get informed via news channels that it is still running and next year is starting and new students are coming and so on. So that was a really nice and also good example on how synergies between different stakeholders can be successful. And the other one is the approach we have in the LUS project regarding the community of practices. So within our community of practice, it's not a, how you say, a static thing. So we have new members, other members are leaving, and so on and so on. And all the members have different interests. And within a community of practice, you have also stakeholders who share same interests and then build up a collaboration and end up in a beautiful arts and music project on soil health, and the others are doing something else. So that is a success story from the LUS project, I guess.
Thank you. I like talking about success stories. I think success stories are great. And even though we started this session doing science wrong because we had 2 + 2 = 5, so we're very good at math. It turns out that we're doing good science because those healthy synergies are like healthy ecosystems. Like each niche is filled with the right actor, the right agent, and they come together, and those roots just blend with each other and strengthen and feed into each other. It seems that all those projects and initiatives that we've seen today have been doing that very, very well, and it's enabling projects to collaborate with each other and feed into each other, in the sense that a lot of those initiatives tend to be or focus on teacher, like creating resources for teachers. And one of the things that the NBS Academy is doing that is quite different is focusing on teacher training. It's reaching teacher trainers and offering them the resources to bring nature-based solutions to the future teachers or to existing teachers who want to upskill, of course. So thank you very much, all three, for joining us today to talk about synergies. We're going to get back on track, because now that we've seen what products can achieve together, now that we've seen how policy is needed and how teacher training is needed, we're going to find out how research can help us develop sound resources for teacher training and to transfer nature-based solutions into teacher education. So we're going to take a small break, small coffee break. Thank you very much to all three of you for joining us today, for your presentations and for this lively discussion. And we will be back at 2:15 to discuss research, take a research focus, and then we will look together at the future. So see you very soon, 2:15. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back for the last stretch of the day. So we are now moving into our final 2 sessions for today as part of the NBS Academy Final Conference. So far, we've discussed NBS in general. We've discussed its benefits, its value for educators, its value for students, its value for society, and how nature-based solutions are more than just a buzzword, but they're just really listening to nature. We've explored the teacher perspective, and we've explored how teachers can't just do it on their own. They have to have the support of policymakers and a structure and a framework to work with. Then we went on and we discussed how projects contribute meaningfully to changing education for the better by bringing nature-based solutions into it, by building synergies with each other. Now we're going to look at teacher training more specifically, because this is what NBS Academy is about. It's about bringing nature-based solutions into teacher education to help teacher trainers or teachers who want to upskill with resources, tools, and knowledge. So for the next session, for the next 45 minutes, we'll explore how to transfer nature-based solutions into teacher education. So for that, I will welcome 2 collaborators from the NBS Academy project. They are coming in because they have been working on researching and transforming nature-based solutions into resources for teacher education. So they have been working for the last 3 years as part of the NBS Academy project, and they are going to run us today through some of the research they have conducted and how it has translated into outputs. So we have with us today Hendrik Riemann, who's a PhD candidate at the Justus Liebig University. His focus is on teacher education in biology, mathematics, and chemistry. And Elvira Schmidt. She's a researcher at the Institute for Biology Education at the Justus Liebig University in Gießen. Her research focuses on the reflection of science in school and teacher education, particularly in the context of sustainability, health, and medicine. Hi, both. We're glad you could join us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eddie, for your kind introduction. We are very excited to be here today and to talk about some research that was done throughout the project NBS Academy. Today, we will especially focus on a study in which we elicited whether and in how far NBS are already integrated into teacher education training in the partner countries of the NBS Academy. The work that we present is already submitted as a chapter, and at the moment is under review, and we hope that it will be published soon. Let me briefly introduce the theoretical context of this study. As you all know, and as we have heard in the presentations before, NBS are very important when facing the global challenges, such as climate change or maybe also biodiversity loss. One way of dealing with the challenge is implementing NBS in teacher education. When looking at the relevance of NBS in teacher education so far, we can say that NBS connects very well with education for sustainable development, ESD, and also with climate change education. Further, when looking into official documents such as the Green Comp, we also see several points of connection with especially the level of competencies that you can see here, such as critical thinking, problem solving, or system thinking, which were also referred to in the previous presentations. Another connection between NBS and climate change education are the approaches adaptation and mitigation. Mitigation means the prevention, for example, of climate change effects, while adaptation stands for the dealing with the climate change effects. And as you might assume, for NBS especially, adaptation is very important. So we see on the one hand, NBS has a very high relevance for teacher education, but secondly, we also see several connecting points between education for sustainable development, climate change education, and NBS on the level of competencies and adaptation. If we look now at how adaptation and mitigation are implemented in teacher education and in school education in general, it becomes clear that the field of mitigation in particular is more strongly focused. So the area of adaptation tends to be rather underrepresented in this case, which means that in teacher education, the focus is currently more on strengthening the area of prevention, for example, by addressing how global warming can be stopped, and less on how to deal with the effects, for example, of global warming. This is quite a challenge for ESD in teacher education because adaptation is very important, as we have heard today several times. Another challenge that we see, especially also in Germany, is that younger people in particular are showing less engagement and commitment. So they are less motivated to engage in environmental activities or deal with environmental issues. There are several reasons that are mentioned for that, such as uncertainty, pessimism, frustration, or even not being able to deal with the complexity of the global challenges that we are facing. And here we exactly see the potential of NBS, because NBS, of course, addresses problems, but on the other hand, it also addresses solutions, and NBS is a solution-oriented approach, and this is why we see great potential for NBS in teacher education. What we can also say is that teachers are very often aware of these issues that I have already mentioned, and they also know about the importance of these issues, but at the moment there is a lack of pedagogical tools for implementation. And one possibility of how to implement NBS in teacher education is shown on the following slide. It's a model that we are working with in our project. It's one possibility of implementing NBS in teacher education and ESD is, as you can see here, through the synoptic transfer framework. The framework was developed within the science, environment, health pedagogy, and it basically focuses on a way to explain how people connect everyday life understandings with scientific understandings. So how can everyday life experiences can be explained or understood scientifically. As you can see on this figure, the model uses basically two ideas. One idea is the so-called life world image or life world perspective. This perspective refers to how we see and how we understand things in daily life. As you might assume, these life world images are very highly influenced by culture or by personal experiences. On the other hand, we also see scientific images. And these are explanations from science, and they base on theory, on models, and on evidence. And as you can see on this figure, both perspectives are connected because life world images can be explained through scientific knowledge, and life world images can be used for interpreting scientific images. So this is meant actually by the term synoptic. When we say synoptic transfer framework, synoptic means that we look at things from both perspectives in order to get a bigger picture. What is also important for this framework are the so-called engagement contexts. Engagement contexts are starting points for the synoptic transfer. So when starting the transfer, I need engagement context. We will later explain you or show you examples for these engagement contexts in order to begin the transfer process. We use the model for our study because NBS sticks very well to the ideas of the live world and scientific image. For example, we are all familiar with the live world experience that trees, for example, can make cities feel cooler. This would be a live world everyday experience, and the scientific explanation for that would be that trees reduce temperature, for example, through shade or through transpiration. So we see that NBS can be used as a very good starting point for both the live world and the scientific image. Yes, considering the before mentioned aspects, we conducted a study in form of a survey. And the overall aim of our study was to find out whether and how far NBS are already integrated into teacher education training in our partner countries that you are all familiar with, I'm sure. It's Austria, Bulgaria, Greece, Sweden, Germany, and Cyprus. And in order to find out we formulated two research questions. The first research question that we asked was, to what extent are NBS addressed in teacher education for sustainable development? And the second research question that was very interesting for us was, what are the teacher trainers' preferred engagement contexts for transferring knowledge in the ESD teaching practice? So here we were especially interested in the explanatory transfer, namely what kind of live world images or context do teachers use to transfer scientific knowledge. Let's take a very short look at the methods of our study. As already mentioned, we had 6 participating countries, so the survey was provided in the target languages Bulgarian, German, Greek, and Swedish. We chose a mixed methods design with open-ended and Likert scale question. In the Likert scale questions, we asked the participants were teacher trainers, to rate on a scale on how often they relate to certain NBS. And here we provided a list of NBS categories such as health, benefits from nature, or protection of ecosystem and healthy and sustainable food. In the open-ended questions, we asked the teacher trainers for engagement context in terms of teaching activities and concrete examples that deal with NBS. To evaluate the open-ended questions, the content was grouped into several categories and subcategories that will be presented to you later. And the coding and co-coding was done independently first by researchers from Justus Liebig University in Gießen and Innsbruck University, and then the categories were compared and discussed until an agreement was reached. As you can see here, we collected the data in February 2024. The participants that we had in our study can be seen on the following slide. In total, we had 80 teachers or teacher trainers, sorry, from the 6 participating countries in the survey. As you can see here, we were unfortunately not able to recruit the same number of participants in each country. But what can we see is that 36 participants work with primary school teacher students, 44 with secondary school teacher students, 43 with in-service, and 3 with trainee teachers. It's important to say here that it was possible to name more than one target group. So we have double coding here, so to say. Regarding the teacher trainers' previous experience, we could find out that in our participating group, we had 40% that reported to have more than 15 years of work experience, while 25 of the participants said that they had less than 5 years of experience. Yeah, in the following, we would like to continue with some selected results that will be presented to you by Hendrik.
Hello, warm welcome from me. My name is Hendrik and I'm also part of the team at Justus Liebig University Gießen. You have already had an overview of the theory and methods behind our data collection, and I would now like to discuss the results and implications. NBS and educational programs. We see the topics covered by nature-based solutions are currently incorporated into educational programs very diverse. Health benefits from nature, protection of ecosystems, and healthy and sustainable food are frequently discussed topics. In contrast, we see that sustainable management of agriculture, integration of ecosystem services in cities, or green jobs are less mentioned topics in educational teacher trainers programs. We will see the reason for this later on. So we can go to the next slide and see sustainable related competencies. As part of the Likert scale survey, we also ask about preferred sustainability related competencies. Some of the more prominent and frequently promoted competencies include, for example, critical thinking, system thinking, thinking or informed decision making. Less well-known and underrepresented sustainability-related competencies include something like innovation, initiative and flexibility, or conflict resolution. We see in the middle of the picture on the right side. When we go to the teacher-trainers engagement context, as we mentioned in the theoretical introduction, we use the engagement context to code the qualitative data. We have divided the engagement context into 5 live world categories. These live world categories are synonyms for the live world images discussed at the introduction. During the coding process, we divided each live world category into further subcategories. So now we have a look on the live world categories. Can you go back, please? Thank you. On the left bottom side, we see the mediatized live world is discussing the influence of media, for example, social media or digital technologies. Above this live world, we see the social live world, which is taking on the individual's experiences within their social environment. The category individual live world focuses on the approaches at a simply personal level. The interaction between humans and natural environments is explored in the ecological life world. Now we are on the right side. And the societal life world summarizes the influences of collective behavior and policies on the right bottom side. So now we can go on, because I have now selected the ecological life world to discuss the subcategories and the qualitative results. The main description of the category focuses on the interaction between humanity and a natural environment. In addition, we have two subcategories. The first subcategory relates to outdoor learning settings. This focuses on interaction with the natural environment and the direct learning experiences that this natural environment provides. The second subcategory we see on the bottom concerns the relationship between humans and nature. It views nature as a holistic concept and examines the place of humans within this survey. So above the ecological life world, you can see the social life world, but on the next slide, I only discuss the results of the ecological life world. So the following quotes confirm the subcategories described. One participant said, "The methods we use are as often as possible experience-based, such as excursions and fieldwork, but also science centers with created nature for increased accessibility." This quote highlights the importance of the outdoor learning settings mentioned, as well as the direct learning experiences. We see the second quote on the bottom. The second quote highlights the holistic approach to the relationship between humans and nature. So the second subcategory. We also highlight the importance of learning from nature, not just about nature. And when we go to the next slide, we see our discussion and results and implications. So what conclusion can we draw from these analyses? We can see that a wide variety of NBS are addressed in teacher training programs. However, these are not always labeled as nature-based solutions. Rather, NBS emerge from live world images or live world contexts as direct experiences. Furthermore, we always observe a pattern in relation to existing frameworks. NBS that are already mentioned in frameworks are discussed more frequently. For example, this might be the topic of healthy and sustainable food. The opposite is true for green jobs. In regard to the qualitative data, we can see that the live world context can be very different, but individual experiences can generally serve as a starting point for a learning approach. Excursions and fieldwork are particularly well suited to understanding nature as a holistic construct and to learn from and about nature. We can go. Thank you. Reference to international frameworks and both frameworks. So one framework is the UNESCO Roadmap for Education for Sustainable Development, and the other framework is the European Green Comp. The development of sustainability-related competencies through live world experience is of particular importance. This is a fact that was also confirmed by the survey participants. It can be therefore confirmed that, we see it on the bottom, nature-based solutions are key instruments in advancing both sustainability goals and educational transformation. And this brings us to my final slide regarding the survey, and I think the most important slide. What lessons can we draw from the results for teacher training? 3 implications. First, to make learning sustainable, scientific knowledge should not be taught in isolation. Linking the learning process to the live world images it is more sustained. The second one, nature-based solutions can be extremely diverse. That's why they are ideal for use as a link between live world images and scientific images. And the last one, collaborations with non-school learning environments, experts or environmental centers, companies, and so on, can be very beneficial to enable experience-based learning. So that's from my side for the results and implications from our survey, but I have a small outlook. If you are still interested in our work, we are currently working on further publications. We are working on a review of literature with the topic Adaptation and Education for Sustainable Development. We are publishing a German article on the NBS Academy's learning materials for teacher training, and we will also revisit this topic in connection with the recent summer school from last year. So thank you very much for your attention. It has been a pleasure to present our work to you. And please do feel free to contact me by email if you have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you both for those insights into research and for the work you've carried for the NBS Academy project and its implications for teacher training. There have been a few questions in the chat. So we're present across multiple platforms. So questions all come up from all the sides, but we've narrowed down, we've highlighted two questions. Now, I'm not going to ask them specifically. I'm just going to ask the question, and whoever feels like answering it can just speak up. So in your opinion, what are the biggest research gaps in NBS education right now? Anyone has identified, like, do you feel...
you can start, Elvira.
You're muted, Elvira.
Unfortunately, I couldn't hear you.
So the one of the questions that came through the chat is, in your opinion, what are the biggest research gaps in nature-based education right now? Or teacher training education, I guess. What would be what do you think the next phase of research looking into NBS?
Oh, education? I see it in the chat. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your question. I think we need to look more closely how we can connect NBS in structures, models, and frameworks that already exist. This is one thing that we need to look at. And the other thing is to have a practical look on how to implement NBS and also evaluate them in teaching settings. This is something that we need to focus on, maybe in form of intervention study.
Yes, I agree. For example, we have a lot of interesting sustainability-related competencies, and there we have a lack to integrate them in school or in practice. Or the question is how to integrate them in the school. So yeah, this would be one of the research gaps.
Thank you both for that. I'm gonna. I don't know. There's another question there. I don't know if it's something you can answer to, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. And feel free to let me know if this is completely off for you. Do you think nature-based education can become part of standard training systems and not just be kind of relegated to projects and things that are very niche? Do you think it can be part of just curricula in universities and elsewhere?
Can NBS education become part of standard teaching of training systems, not just projects? This is something that would be very great if we could reach that. As you all know, NBS teacher training systems are very strictly standardized. So it's it's important, but it is not possible to do it, I would say, within a very short of time. So I think we need maybe long-term development in order to include maybe the explicit term NBS education in the standard teaching training systems. But what we already do now is working with the competencies that are already mentioned, and these are very important and are already part of the teacher training systems, and they are very good connectable to NBS and ESD.
Thank you, Elvira, for this answer. Hendrik, did you want to add something?
Yes, I think NBS is part of the ESD complex, so educational for sustainable development, which means there's the opportunity to integrate NBS in the bigger part of ESD. So for me, there is the opportunity to integrate it in the standard teaching training system, but not as a main topic. So yes.
Right, thank you. So yes, it seems like we're finding common themes in your presentation and in other things that have been mentioned before, that NBS is a practical application of education for environmental sustainability, but as a topic in itself, it's a little bit harder to integrate, and it's really just part of the bigger ecosystem of sustainability education. Thank you very much to both of you for presenting your research today. We are going to move on now. So we're going to go and for the last session of the day, we're going to start, or I mean, I guess we have done that since this morning. We're going to look at the future. We're going to look at the future and how to turn all of that into long-term meaningful change. What we're going to do is we're going to bring back Constantinos, as we had promised, the lead coordinator of the NBS Academy. And he's going to, reflect on the future of NBS education and on the legacy of the NBS Academy. Welcome back, Constantinos. Glad to see you again. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Eddie. It's been a pleasure following all the discussions, and I'm really impressed. So a big thank you to all presenters, and also to you for doing such an amazing hosting. Over the last sessions, we explored different dimensions of NBS Academy, and we've gone through the frameworks, methodologies, the experimentations, or the collaboration that is going on, and now we would like to go back a little, one step back and reflect on a few things. So what are the challenges that we're looking into? What do we have responded to? And so the first thing is why this project matter, why we needed this. And then I would like to wrap up a little bit and see what we have achieved, what was the value that this project created, and then look at the challenges ahead and how we're going to keep this momentum that we have established right now, how we're going to keep this going. So why we needed NBS Academy. I mean, from the beginning, this project emerged as a response to a very specific gap, and this was that at the European level, the sustainability in climate education has been a priority. However, these ambitions have not always been reflected to the practical in a practical way in teacher education. So we understand that nature-based solutions are increasingly visible in policy, and they have strong policy relevance. However, its integration in education has been weak so far, and we understand that although teachers were interested in these things, the opportunities for them to learn more and understand how they can use nature-based solutions in their teaching practice have not been sufficient. They have been limited, although there was interest there. And we at the same time, most importantly, perhaps, the sustainability education often remained at a theoretical level, kind of fragmented and disconnected from the real-world learning experiences. So NBS Academy wants to address these challenges and establish collaboration between teachers in a more practical and competence-based approach. And I think that we have achieved that to a significant extent. Okay, so I would like to look a little bit back to our objectives and see what we have achieved. The ambition we had was broader, so we wanted to create a network of teachers, policymakers, experts. We want to bring all these people together because we believe of the value integration of nature-based solution education can produce, but we need all these people to get into some shared understanding and kind of collaboration. Then we needed an approach in integrating all these components together. So this is why we try to create like an educational framework that would incorporate this competence-based learning linked to nature-based solutions. And the objective is to create this first European academy that would do this, both for students, for teachers that are still being trained, but also the ones that have already been teaching and they already have some experience with teaching. So our main vehicle to expand this and make sure that we could have like a wide reach was to create a training program, which I had the chance to attend on Synergies, and it was a fantastic, mind-blowing opportunity. And then this led to after we have established this and we have some trainers that already understand and we have like a common language to talk, then these people engaged in co-creation through those living labs, which I believe is one of the great assets of the project. And we co-created materials that some of these were presented today, but there's much more materials on our digital spaces. So I encourage everyone to go and explore more. And also we want everyone to become part of this community, because it is very important to have like an exchange between people working on these topics. And we think that people who have attended the programs, the program and all our activities, in a way have become kind of our ambassadors, and they will continue expanding. the outreach and the impact of the project. So the foundations of the project, we have in the beginning we have focused on creating like this strategic roadmap and plan, the education framework, and set up the communities and the synergies. And I think this went fantastic with all the synergies that have already been presented. And we had this amazing collaboration with different people, with policy experts, with NBS experts, and also various other stakeholders that were involved in this collaborative learning communities. And I think this was what made the project work so well until the end. It was that we had this amazing basis that we have built upon. The second thing that we have achieved, I think, is that we built this capacity. As I said, this training program was a key component of our program, of our project, because it created a critical mass of trainers that would go there and continue their work that could not be just by the project, not be done just by the project partners. We needed the people on the ground. Of course, the online resources hub was a critical also asset for creating the capacity to achieve the project's goals, and the thinking tool that the University of Edinburgh has developed to make these resources more accessible and usable for the teachers who are interested in nature-based solutions. Also has created much more capacity for us to expand the project's impact. And finally, we had the mobility schemes, the physical mobility in Greece, where we had almost 50 teachers being trained on the nature-based solutions, and the virtual mobility, which did not work as we expected, but it gave us some very important lessons in understanding how these kind of tools can be integrated in environmental education, and to what extent they can be useful. But also at the same time, it grounded us a little bit back into reality, and reminded us that we need to get connected with nature, and sometimes digital tools are not the best way to achieve that. And now the practical outcomes after we have completed this. We have modules that were created through the Living Labs, as was already mentioned. These modules are, I think, valuable materials, and it's been proved by all the testing that we have done with over 200 teachers using the materials and experimenting with them, but also almost more than 2,000 students being part of this pilot testing. Also, the massive online course that was organized by EUN. Also, this was a fantastic experience, and an asset that remains there, available for people who want to learn more, and for more teachers to get this training and learn how to integrate nature-based solutions in their work. And of course, the experimentation has shown that these things work, and we had some amazing ideas coming out of this. So I think this proves that when you give teachers the appropriate tools to work with, they can work out miracles. So what we're looking to achieve with all these projects we're working on is what is the long-term value, and I think this was what the most critical thing of our project. So we had some challenges that we were trying to tackle, and I think that the contributions of the project have been amazing. So we have managed now, I think, to have like an alignment to contribute to the alignment of the priorities of the European Union on the green transition and the environmental education to start coming closer to the teaching practice. At the same time, all these initiatives that have been a little scattered and fragmented, and I think we managed to bring those people together and create communities of people and partnerships and collaborations that can continue this work, but in a more structured way. So from now on, also the tools that we have created have not been only limited to what we have done during the project, but these models of these educational models can be replicated, but also can be transferred and adapted to many different contexts. And I think this is very important because in environmental education, environmental consciousness does not need to be built only through science courses, but it is something that spans all over throughout the education and many different topics. And we have, and as an outcome of this, I think that we have, by equipping teachers with all this training, with all these materials, with all these opportunities to work with nature-based solutions, to experiment, to try new things. I think this also builds teacher confidence, and also creates like new inspiration for teachers to work with new tools, to develop new methodologies, and to incorporate more things and become more creative in their teachings. And finally, and I think this was the biggest challenge, was to create like the foundations that would allow us in the future to have NBS as a methodology of teaching rather than as an abstract concept for policymakers, but something that can be linked to practical matters for our educational systems. And so now what we have left behind as a project, it's not only the outputs that the project has created. It is the people, it is the collaboration, it is the practice, it is the way of thinking for sustainability, for education, for sustainability, for environment. So I think this is the most important thing that came out of this project, is that we have helped people change the way they're thinking of education and how we can use nature as part of our education and as part of our teacher training. And we have these networks of people that are the key component. I think has been the driving force of the project. And I think that these are the main things that we can that should be looking into making sure that we are sustained after the project end in a few weeks. So we need to maintain the networks and the partnerships. We need to continue the exchange between teachers, between trainers, between policymakers. We need to have our communities keep supporting teachers, and we need to also make sure that the materials that the project has created reach more people, reach more teachers, more teacher trainers, and finally, we need to make sure that all the work that has been done with policymakers goes on to the next level, and NBS education is integrated as part of formal education curricula. Of course, this comes with its own challenges, but there are also some opportunities. It is a huge challenge scaling NBS education. We know how teacher everyday routines are busy. It is not easy for them to integrate new things, but we know how to do it. We have the way, we have the networks, and so I think this is a challenge that we can overcome if we keep working on this direction. There are other bureaucratic barriers on how institutions will adopt the materials of the project, and the University of Nicosia has put together a very elaborate sustainability plan that I think will help us go towards this direction and achieve this goal, so that institutions will, through time, incorporate the materials and the methodologies of the project in their teacher training methods. And of course, this is the problem that we all face in many different projects that we're working on, how we can secure funding and mechanisms to make sure that our projects continue to produce impact even after the funding is finished. But as I said, there are again opportunities. The transition to a more green and sustainable way of life is an opportunity that we should build upon. We have the momentum now. We have people understanding. People are looking at us. They're focused on these things, and I think this is a good opportunity to maintain the momentum that we have, and keep the work moving ahead. Also, we have seen that there is more interest in teachers with hands-on training, practice-based learning. They want to have this kind of tools to work with their students. So this is a great opportunity for us, because the materials we have created are based on this competence-based, this experiential learning, and this is, I think, our main way through to getting to NBS, to getting NBS education becoming more mainstreamed in educational systems. So there are some things that we need to keep doing, and there are all these different actors involved in expanding NBS education, and all of them can contribute from their own side and do little things that will create a great impact. So for the teacher trainer, the universities and the educators, providers of teacher training, it is important that we support them to integrate nature-based solutions and into their education curricula, their pedagogical practices, and to make sustainability education as a part of their curricula. The teacher trainers we need, should adapt and reuse the NBS Academy modules, the resources we have created in their own contexts. As I said, the materials created by the projects are easily adaptable in different contexts, so I think this is something we can achieve. The teachers who have received the training should continue the experimentation with all the materials that are available now for them. Of course, I'm sure that Elvira and all the researchers involved in the project will continue doing their research on that and try to understand how these evidence-based approaches can be further explored and further used for improving our educational system. And I mean, policy makers and authorities, I think that they now have a very good guidelines, very good roadmaps of how this kind of practices can be integrated into policies for education, for teacher education more specifically. Yeah. And finally, we have all these European networks. We need to continue to sustain them, make sure that the collaboration between them remains active. So I think that if we all do this little thing, as I said, we can create a great impact through the project, and this will be, I think, the project's legacy in the end. So to summarize, I mean, the future of NBS education is something that depends on us. We have created. I think this is only the beginning. We have planted the seeds, and all of us should keep this momentum going, keep this vision alive, and I'm sure that this project will be remembered as something that has contributed significant to transforming our education into something that brings us closer to the nature.
Thank you very much, Constantinos. Thank you for taking us over all the pretty grand things that NBS Academy has achieved and trying to bring nature-based solutions into teacher training. Before we move on to our final speaker of the day, and since you're the lead coordinator of the NBS Academy project, we've seen today a lot of different perspectives, and at the end of the day, it comes down to everybody needing good education and finding the motivation to look on the long term rather than the short return of policy, because of course we have short life cycles of elections and things and that. So putting nature-based solutions into education, into teacher training, and then in a trickle-down effect into students' education requires a long-term commitment and passion. And I'm looking for passion here. What would you say to those people? Why does it matter? Why do we need nature-based solutions? What do nature-based solutions represent for you?
As I said in my introduction, we need them because the challenges are here, and we need to reestablish our connection with nature. Our way of living has been completely detached from nature in our modern society. So we need to get this connection back. We need to learn from the nature because there's so many things that we can be taught. And I think this was the major takeaway for me throughout this journey, is that there is so much that we can learn. There is so much that we can adopt from nature, and this is something that needs to become part of our training, not only students but also as citizens. We need to get back to this reality.
Thank you. I think that's a really nice way of closing things for you today. So thank you for being with us and for sharing and for all the work you've done collaborating and coordinating this project for the past 3 years.
You as well. Thank you for the amazing hosting.
Thank you, and thank you as well to the amazing team in the background that you don't see right now. All the people who make sure that we pop up on the screen at the right time, and that the videos goes live, and that are relaying the chats in the comments.
Yeah, I think everyone that worked for today's event deserves a big thank you and congratulations. I think everyone ran so smoothly. So big thanks to everyone involved.
Thank you, Constantinos. Right. So we have our last speaker. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello, Eddie. Very
nice
well,
to
thank
see you.
Nice to see you again.
Right. So to close, you're going to talk about something else, something that's not NBS Academy at all, but that has been working closely with NBS Academy. You're going to tell us about another initiative, Bustic Edu. Bustic Edu, which is focusing on bringing sustainability competences into education. So it's built on green comps, and it really seeks to turn green comps into a practical, workable reality for educators and for citizens. So Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here and just to see how the dots are connected. So we listened from our wonderful speakers. The question that is always out there, how to bring sustainability competencies in education. We heard about reconnection with nature, and with this project that was launched about a year ago, this Erasmus Plus project, so we are aiming to do that, to bring sustainability competencies in education in all levels of formal education, from early childhood to secondary education, with the main aim to develop a whole program to do this, covering all the competencies from the Green Comp framework and many different subjects across all these levels of education. So this project, the Bustic Edu project, is for pre-service and in-service teachers, heads of schools, policymakers, national, regional, and local authorities, and organizations related to the field of education. So everyone has something to learn from within the Bustic Edu project. And why do we need this initiative? So as I mentioned, with this project, we create a sustainability in education program. We aim to guide teachers and head of schools on how to bring sustainability competencies in their practices. This program that we have already developed, I'm gonna refer to this a bit later on. We are testing it, we will review, we will develop a new version of it. We will also train teachers on how to bring these competencies and the concept of sustainability in general into their professional practices. And overall, we aim to celebrate these sustainability practices and create a community where sustainability is embraced. Moving on, we will see, as I mentioned, what this program is about. So This program covers all the levels of formal education and many different topics and subjects across these levels. So, for example, in early childhood and primary education, we cover STEM, languages, health, well-being, arts, citizenship, society, and environment, and many different subjects in secondary education like mathematics, biology, chemistry, languages, history, geography, physical education, and sport. All these with a competence-based approach. And this program is actually a collection of teaching materials per educational level. So we talk about learning scenarios, quizzes, videos, and so on. Following a systemized approach and overall promoting a nature positive attitude across Europe. The program was developed based on a research on gaps and needs identified on this topic. So how do we make this happen? The program and the whole project itself is grounded in 5 main pedagogical approaches. Integrated teaching, referring to planning, presenting lessons that connect ideas from several disciplines or subject areas, thus enabling students to develop a richer and more complete understanding of a topic. The reconcilism approach, a quite new approach that we are currently experimenting on, that supports this reconnection with nature that I mentioned earlier on through sensory experiences, nature-inspired design, and outdoor activities. We also focus on capacity building with ongoing professional development in various formats, from training to peer learning, mentoring, and workshops. The whole school approach that brings sustainability in various school functions, from curriculum and pedagogy to community engagement, infrastructure, and landscaping. And as I mentioned, the competency-based approach that emphasizes measuring actual learning, allowing students to advance by demonstrating mastery of the required knowledge and skills. All this based on the Green Comp framework. So we aim to cover all the competencies, all the 12 competencies from the Green Comp framework in all levels of education. So all the resources of this program are covering the Green Comp framework. We also cover other frameworks like the DITSComp, NBS challenge areas, STEM strategy criteria, 21st century skills, many educational trends, and more. Now, the progress within the project so far. So we did research on gaps and needs, and we developed this first version of the Sustainability in Education program. The program was tested in 5 countries. In about 60 schools. Actually, the piloting phase is almost wrapped up. We have developed new teaching materials, including learning scenarios and an action plan. We have developed guidelines, different documents for the heads of schools and for teachers on how to bring sustainability and sustainability competencies in education, also offering some theoretical background terminology related to the topic. We had some national workshops for pilot teachers. So you understand, before the piloting of the program, we trained the pilot teachers in national workshops. And we have also launched the Sustainable School Expertise, this recognition program with the support of scientists, with a focus on sustainable school action. And I will explain this more a bit later on. So you may have heard about this already today. Under Bastic Edu, we developed the first scientists collection with the technical support from Cisco Foundation, the Scientists Environmental Sustainability Collection with a focus on sustainable school action. And before we see how this collection actually looks like, a little bit of terminology here, what the scientists collection is. It is a compilation of teaching resources intended for planned and effective implementation of different STEM topics into the classroom in an integrated approach. And this collection includes existing resources from various online repositories and newly developed under Bastic Edu. So, for example, in this collection, you will find learning scenarios related to NBS education. It covers all the 3 levels of formal education on diverse subject areas. The activities of each educational level address all the competencies from the GreenComp framework. And these activities, these resources that the collection includes are aligned with the DITSCOM framework, the LifeComp STEM strategy criteria. And now you can see a screenshot of what this collection looks like, how this collection looks like. So first of all, we need to select the environmental sustainability collection with a focus on sustainable school action. And over there, you will have a table, a matrix with all the resources being grouped in age groups or in subjects and topics. For the different levels of education. So for example, a mathematics teacher wants to find some resources and they are in lower secondary education, so they can really go there, select the resources related to this sustainability, the topic of environmental sustainability, and find something that they can implement in the classroom. Moreover, the users can also categorize the resources, filter the resources by frameworks. So right under the selection of the collection, the environmental sustainability, we can see the competence frameworks. They can filter the resources by competence framework, or what they can even do is to further filter the resources by competence. So for example, we have a teacher that really wants the resource to cover the systems thinking, for example, from the GreenComp framework. They can filter all the resources by this specific competence and find those related to it and implement it in their classrooms. But not only this, if someone finds a resource from this collection, they will be able to see all the different topics, subjects, and competencies that this resource covers, so they can collaborate with another colleague. They may find, for example, a mathematics resource that is related to art, so they can implement this resource in collaboration at their school. And we can even have the whole school been using different resources for different age groups, different subjects, thus bringing sustainability across the whole school. So the main message here is that by using, for example, this collection, educators can start small, from small beginnings with just one resource in their classroom to have a full whole school engagement. Connected to the collections, we have launched the Sustainable School Expertise Recognition Program in collaboration with Scientix STEM school label, and with a focus on sustainable school action. And it is centered around creating a European-wide community of schools with a focus on sustainability competencies in their teaching and learning activities. So the schools that are awarded with this recognition, you will get this badge that you can see on the screen. They will become members of an exclusive community of practice, and they will receive additional dissemination through mini campaigns organized via the Bastic Edu and Scientix channels. And here we'll talk a bit about the steps to be followed so that the school can get this expertise. Step number 1, they need to browse the collections, and then they need to select resources, design a plan how to implement these resources in their own context. Of course, implement them and collect evidence and upload this evidence to the STEM school label platform. So how they can get this expertise? They need to complete at least 5 resources from the same focus. So we're talking about the sustainable school action, 5 resources covering at least 3 different subjects and involving more than one teacher. Then the schools can get this collection expertise. So now moving forward, what's ahead and some key takeaways. Reminder, the recognition program is on. Schools can participate. They can even start now. They can continue in September, start uploading evidence so that they can get this expertise. Upcoming activities. I mentioned in the beginning of this presentation that we have developed this program, bringing sustainability in the different levels of formal education. The program has been tested. The schools are currently assessing it, and there will be a new version of this program that will be released in a few months. We will also have capacity building activities. There will be a massive open online course for pre-service and in-service teachers on bringing sustainability competencies to the classroom. And as it is also one of our main targets, the community building, we will have 2 annual events, synergy sessions, a series of webinars and workshops to bring the sustainability competencies in education community together. And this community includes educators, schools, policymakers, authorities, researchers, and the public to collaborate with each other, to share knowledge. And I'm happy to already say that we will have this first annual event, the first Synergy session in September 2026. And just a few key takeaways from this project and what it has to offer. So it builds on existing knowledge, on existing resources, on existing sustainability and education initiatives. It connects all the different stakeholders, educators, policymakers, through these synergy sessions that we will have. The program, the resources, everything to support educators to bring sustainability and the related competencies into their practices. The training, the guidance on how to do this, and overall to contribute to Green Comp implementation with a transferable model. And that was it on my end. Stay tuned for more information about when the synergy sessions will be. For example, Eddie, back to you.
For example, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for sharing with us some views and information about Bustic Edu. And Bustic kind of comes kind of on top of everything. It's like green comps for education. It's like it's a beautiful way of bringing everything together.
Everything and everyone together.
Yeah,
bringing the different subtopics into one. Yes.
Pretty amazing. There's a few questions in the chat, but there's really one that is, I guess, the one of the most important is that how can participants who are here today in the audience and watching us, how can they stay involved or contribute after the event?
Mm-hmm. So I just want to first reshare the main message that everyone can start small. Like bringing sustainability in education may sound huge, but we can really start small. So they can go, for example, educators, they can go to the collections, browse them, see what they can do in their own context. What resources they can use, how they can adapt them. They can collaborate in their schools. They can even participate in the recognition program, for example, that will keep running. And being engaged in the capacity building activities, for example, or even these synergy sessions that I mentioned, because everyone will be there, like from their perspective, sharing knowledge and examples so educators, heads of schools, policymakers on the topic.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It's a thing that I heard from educators who were involved in Scientix and through Scientix in many of the NBS initiatives, environmental education initiatives. There was a bioeconomy initiative. There was a green school initiative. Is that it's sometimes very hard. The environment and the state of the world is a struggle. It's a challenge. It's full of fear and concern and anxiety. And sometimes standing in front of 30 children can be really daunting, because you're like, I need to tell them about it. I need to educate them. I need to empower them, and I don't know how to do it. And they were saying that being a part of those projects, being a part of initiatives like Bustic Edu and Scientix and the NBS Academy makes them feel like they're a part of something bigger. Mm-hmm. That they're not so alone, and that everybody's there in their back helping them, and they can look to each other.
Yes, it's what you mentioned. They do not feel alone, and they do not feel overwhelmed on how to do this. So it's one of the things that we also saw in this first research on gaps and needs. Teachers share that they know that there are things out there, there are resources, there is information, but it feels like there are so many things to see, check, and everything. So it sometimes feels like so many things to do, overwhelming. So we are trying to support them with these resources that we are developing, with this guidance, with this capacity building, just to feel a bit more supported there on how to bring this topic into their practices.
Yeah, and the educators often bring up that, they're fully aware that they need to work at whole school, that they're covering something here in their class. So of course it's a bit different at primary, and because of course it's a bit more integrated already, but in secondary, where you cover a little bit here in biology and here chemistry and here and that, but that there's always so much already for them to do in their own little niche, that the idea of going and grabbing their colleagues and bringing their colleagues in and collaborating with each other is very difficult, and sometimes it just puts them off doing it in the first place. And I think that's what the Scientix collections are really bringing to the picture, is that it's been done for you. It's a head of school actually can just go in there and look at this and be like, okay, I want my school to be an eco school. I want my school to bring nature-based solutions. Mm-hmm. So how do I do that? Well, easy peasy. I've got this level, and the topics and the criteria, and everything's in there for them to find easily. So thank you very much for sharing all of that with us, and for the work Bustic Edu is doing with Scientix to make the whole school approach easier when it comes to addressing sustainability competences into education. Speaking of Scientix, this is the end of the day. We're getting very, very close to the end, and I have some news. I have some breaking news for you. I have just been sent some information about Scientix. So Scientix just concluded the STEM Discovery campaign. It's been an amazing year. So the STEM Discovery campaign is the annual event that brings together all education stakeholders, teachers, non-formal educators, policymakers, researchers, of course, industry partners and STEM professionals to celebrate STEM education and STEM careers. And so for a few months, everybody is on the map. Everybody is doing amazing things, organizing events, organizing activities, creating new resources. And they're pinning it on the map, and they're sharing it with each other. And the 2026 edition of the STEM Discovery campaign has been quite groundbreaking because it's been the biggest ever. So over 1 million participants. So here I'd say snap for Scientix because that is absolutely amazing. More than 9,500 activities from educators and from STEM stakeholders throughout Europe and beyond. There's not just Europe that's actually represented. There's quite a few other countries out there, because there's more than 50 countries who have been involved, and some 200,000, over 200,000 educators have engaged their students, have engaged each other, have created resources, have participated in event, have learned, they've engaged themselves into continuous professional development. They followed courses online and they shared it with each other. So the STEM Discovery Campaign is really the culmination of what it means to work together and to really share with each other, to keep pushing each other up, to keep reinforcing each other's view that we need to keep going. We need to continue working together for better education, for more contextualized education, for more practical education with new topics, with new subjects, but quite often that very simply fit into the existing curriculum. You just have to find the entry points, and the Scientix community is amazing for that. So the 2026 STEM Discovery Campaign has been amazing, a tremendous success, and we get some preview today before it is even announced anywhere else, because NBS Academy has been the co-organizer of the 2026 STEM Discovery Campaign. So they have been heavily involved in making this the biggest event ever. And they also sponsored and supported an award, because the Scientix Award every year, as part of the STEM Discovery Campaign, really rewarding and acknowledge the passion of educators who day in, day out, try to innovate in the classroom. And so there's over 20 Scientix Awards, or there were over 20 Scientix Awards this year, one of which was focused on nature-based solutions. And this time, so as always, teachers are being rewarded and win the Scientix Award for NBS education. So this year, the NBS Academy supported the Green Solutions Award, and is awarding 2 entries, so 2 winners. So congratulations to the people whose name and entries appear on the screen. They are the glorious winners of the Green Solution Award for 2026. So introducing biodiversity and nature-based solutions to teacher trainees in continuous professional development. So Eirini Anastasiadou in Greece, and NBS Learning Scenario for Teacher Training, Sustainable Systems for a Greener Future, Valentina Cesari, Giovanni Guagualini, and Antonella Sardini from Italy. So the Green Solutions Award was all about bringing nature-based solutions into teacher training. So congratulations to all of you. If you're here, then amazing, great job. We're so very happy that you engaged in the STEM Discovery Campaign, like every other teacher who has engaged in the STEM Discovery Campaign. Otherwise, you can just keep that to yourself, because we actually haven't announced that officially. So this is really a sneak preview for everyone. So this is quite exciting to be here. I was reading and I'm discovering those names at the same time as you. So well done to all the participants of the STEM Discovery Campaign. So this is bringing us to a close for today, and quite a day it's been to try and bring nature-based solutions into for teacher training. So we have observed many views, and we've taken many angles on NBS into teacher training. We, of course, reinforced and acknowledged that the need for NBS education is no longer to be discussed. NBS education is about living in harmony with the world around us. It's understanding that nature knows best and has known best for quite some time now. So it's about fixing the slight tangent we took, and it's about trusting nature to guide us towards a more peaceful future. we've acknowledged that NBS is already present in policy and in the EU intentions, not always in the most explicit of terms, but it's present in education for environmental sustainability, for the need to bring the green comps into the education and the life of every European citizen. And we understood that there is no better way, there is no other way to make that a reality, to make green comps a reality for everyone, than to take it into teacher training. Because teacher training is how teacher educators will train teachers who will then become more comfortable, more knowledgeable in approaching very complex subjects. And because, as we've seen, nature-based solutions is all about interconnected solutions, and it brings lots of different areas together. So the beauty of nature-based solutions is that not only it helps address some of the problems we have in terms of environmental sustainability, but it also guides us towards a more systems thinking, towards a more global understanding, and that cannot be understated. Now, in the current landscape, the resources are there. We've seen today many projects that work really, really hard to create resources, to create tools for educators, for teacher trainers, to make nature-based solutions into education a reality. But accessing those tools can be difficult for teachers. Teachers have no shortage of passion and commitment to sustainability education. But what they do lack is sometimes the confidence to do it, because it is quite a complex topic. They also lack the framework to do it, because they are tied in a usually busy curriculum that is very, very practical and very much focused on assessment of STEM knowledge, for example, but finding the opportunities and the time within that busy framework to implement NBS and to innovate into the classroom is a struggle. So teachers need more time. Teachers need more of the permission to explore in their classroom, within themselves, but also with their fellow teachers, to collaborate at the whole school level to make sure that NBS and environmental sustainability isn't just a topic among other topics, but it is an umbrella topic. It is something that is everywhere. It is something that goes into every curriculum subject. It is something that crosses the boundary between the classroom and the external world. It's in our society, it's in the outdoors, and it's in ourselves. So this is here today, what we've been discussing is what's the opportunity, what are the needs for educators to be able to do that better and to do that more comfortably. Well, first of all, they need policy that's conducive to introducing nature-based solutions and other innovative topics into their training and their practices. But they also need proper continuous professional development, of course, for those educators who are already practicing, but also they need NBS to be integrated into initial teacher education. It is essential that we don't just look at it as something that must be an extracurricular activity down the road, but it needs to be really embedded into teacher practices from the beginning, that nature-based solutions is something that they should be addressing in their classroom. So we looked at policy focus. So of course we looked at the teachers' need, and the teachers are quite amazing, and they shared with us that it's been quite an amazing experience to approach NBS into their teaching, whether it is from the early childhood to upper secondary. And as much as they've enjoyed doing it and they've been rewarded by it, they also realize that they need more support, in particular from policy, to make them able to do that. Now, what have policymakers told us through the initiatives and the presentation we saw today? Well, that, yeah, they're fine with doing it. They are happy to do NBS, but it needs to be something that can be verified. It needs some things that can be integrated long-term. And as we've seen, policymakers are nothing but former students who were not trained on NBS in the first place. So we need good policy training, or good training for policymakers, to make them more aware of it, to make them better understand it, so that then they create the policy paradigm that will help make NBS in education a reality. We had amazing discussions with lots and lots and lots of speakers. We looked also at how research can turn sound analysis of teachers' need and teachers' perception and teachers' requirement into resources for educators. So it's amazing to see that projects like the NBS Academy are in fact doing that and looking at sound research. So anything that is done in a way that can be trusted, so that teacher trainers, and by extension all other teachers who themselves want to learn about nature-based solution, trust that they can take the resources and use them freely without being worried that they may be incorrect or not quite adapted to their needs. Now, this is what a lot of initiatives are doing. Scientix, who has been co-hosting this event, Scientix, which is an initiative of European Schoolnet, which motto is to transform education for the 21st century. Scientix has been bringing lots of projects together for many, many years now. And NBS Academy, like many projects, have been focused on building synergies and working with other projects so that the impact is doubled, tripled, extended beyond borders, so that all the projects can learn from each other, can share their resources together, and can really find ways of optimizing their practices and sharing their outputs so that they benefit the greatest number. So that's been very, very cool to observe. And we've had a pretty good day of looking at nature-based solutions as something that will help shape a better future for students and for all citizens. So thank you very, very much to all of you who attended and watched the live broadcast of this event. Thank you so incredibly much to all the participants who have joined us for presentations, for keynote speeches, for all the people who have shared their passion and knowledge with us today, because it has been really heartwarming to see that there are so many people working on nature-based solutions in education. Thank you also to the amazing European Schoolnet team and NBS Academy team who have been working in the background, making sure that the internet played ball with us and did not collapse on us. I'm sure it has been quite nerve-wracking for them at some point, having to play with the internet and with this platform that enabled us to be present across multiple social media outputs on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. I just want to end on a personal note. When I first started working with European Schoolnet a good 5 years ago, one of the first things that I contributed to was reviewing the entries of the STEM Discovery Campaign of the year that was already about nature-based solutions. So it was the nature-based solution pilot initiative, phase 2, and there were already teachers involved in implementing nature-based solutions into their practice. And what today has taught me is that back then, it was already quite dear to their heart, but many people confuse nature-based solutions with recycling, with a lot of things that were not, in fact, nature-based solutions. And being here today and looking at the amazing response on the comments of people who have been participating in nature-based solution project and initiatives, who have been participating in the NBS Academy work, seeing the travel, the journey that has been made, and now everyone is far more aware of what NBS can do for the world and what NBS is. NBS is nature knows best. Let's listen and let's embrace it. So thank you all very much for being with us today. It's been a great pleasure for me to be your host. I'm Eddie Grandmeyer, and I hope you go and enjoy the outdoors today and go enjoy a great weekend. And of course, keep connecting on Scientix to know more about what's happening in NBS Academy, in Bostik Edu, and all the other initiatives that we discussed today. Bye, everyone.